should just let's chat now. If I'm presenting from here.
So the audio is always on.
The audio is alright. We can mute it.
Yeah. We might want to just do that at lunchtime and during the breaks.
Yeah.
Remember to unmute.
Yeah. So I guess we would.
You have like 3 live things. Is it? They're meant to be that many. I guess this one actually says live.
Yeah, I'll delete the old ones. Some failed attempts.
So what's the audio?
Sounded like you could hear people talking, which is this isn't presentation voice, this is conversation voice.
Yeah, you said there's like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
It's not like feedback before, but not that deep.
It's a bit quiet.
Maybe I guess with the room mic on it should be.
Yeah. I think speaking in presentation voice, projecting more, so I think it should come across better.
Should be alright. Like I said, anything more than nothing is good.
We can always scoot the camera forward.
Yeah.
Just try to see if there's 2 mics on. It's definitely one, right?
Oh yeah, just the desktop audio. It doesn't look like that's working anyway, so that's fine.
But we'll just put it on mute.
Yeah, just in case.
I'm going to be watching the animated
Anyway.
Hope I can remember.
I can't even remember that amazing shortcut either.
Is there a wardrobe place to do something if they want, or are we just encouraging them to just leave it in here?
There is a cloakroom on level 2,
Okay. Is that just
where we picked up the.
That's just for anyone to walk into anyway. They'd probably rather just, because we've got the space in here. Under the
What's that shortcut you use there?
Hmm?
What's that shortcut used between 2 sections?
Alt tab. Get rid of these.
Well sorted then.
I think so.
I'm going to get my post on that. Alright, thanks.
So if
Morning, guys. Thank you so much for coming. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Robin Priest. I'm the one who's probably sent some emails to some of you guys. I'm the one who tries to keep this running. So this is the RISC Day. It all started a while back. I think Chris, who started it, is here somewhere or is about to come in. So it used to be a RISC Day series that started in Durham. And I think it ran for about 5 years, from about 2010 to 2014. And it was really, really good. It was an opportunity for people like you who all work in risk and uncertainty modeling related to energy systems, related to power networks, to get together to talk about stuff. My favourite thing about this day is the fact that pretty much everybody can have a conversation with everybody else and understand what everyone's talking about. And there's always something to learn from these presentations. So we restarted the series again. About 3 years ago, we had one in Manchester, and then last year we had one in Cambridge. I know some of you guys were here, came to that one. This one, we've come, obviously, here to Glasgow, to this nice building. And I'm just going to give you a very brief intro to today. I know we're already behind schedule, but that doesn't matter because due to a few unforeseen coronavirus-related outages, nobody that I know has it, but some people are unable to travel because of it. So we have a little bit of extra time. So the main things I want to say about the building, there's no planned, I'm sure most of you know this building better than me, there's no planned fire, what we call it, fire drills, fire tests, fire alarms today. So if you do hear the fire alarm, please leave by your nearest exit and just follow the crowds of everybody else leaving the building. Don't try and take all your things with you if you have bags stuffed under things. Just leave obviously as quickly as you can. In terms of what the program looks like, so it's changed slightly. So unfortunately, our first keynote, Damien, is very sick and is unable to come. And so Keith and Callum, I believe as well, sorry Callum, I've not actually put you up there, but Keith and Callum have stepped in to talk about the 9th of August incident. So there was a small incident on the 9th of August which made the headlines. And so some information about that and obviously what we can learn from that about risk and reliability analysis and stuff like that going forward. Then we'll move into the first session. In the first session we have a little bit of a gap as well because that's where one of our speakers couldn't make it. So timings are relaxed for the first session, and then I'll get mean with you guys and start making sure that you stick exactly to time. We'll then move into the poster speed round. So the poster speed round, for those of you who have posters outside, the idea is that you just form an orderly queue and you have like a minute to just kind of very quickly pitch what it is that you're talking about to everybody in the room. Then we'll go outside and we'll have some refreshments and a nice chance to talk to everybody about what we heard and about all those posters. Then we'll come back in, and that's the bit that always confuses people because they feel like it should be lunchtime because it's 12 o'clock. But we'll have another short session and then we'll do lunch. And then in the afternoon, we've got Professor Ragnar from King's College, who's he's an expert in risk communication. So he's going to talk about how you actually need to kind of translate this through into policy decisions and actually try and get this out there. So you can do all the maths you like, but obviously you want to try and translate it into something more useful. And then we'll have another couple of sessions, a bit more time to talk, and then we'll finish at the end with a small drinks reception just around where all the refreshments are. There will be refreshments just outside here, but those aren't yours, those are for other people. Ours will always be around where the posters are. So just try and make sure that we eat the food we're meant to eat. And then the last thing I want to say, because I'm coming from the Supergen Energy Network Hub, there will be very shortly, putting this up because it might be of interest to some of the guys in this room, a new Flex Fund call coming out of that. So they're going to be announcing a call around resilience, which is obviously a very sexy word at the moment. And so this is going to be announced as soon as possible, as soon as we get our wording for the Flex Fund described and pinned down. So probably coming out in the next week or so. If you're already subscribed to the various Supergen HubNet mailing lists, you should find out about it. If not, if you Google Supergen Energy Networks Hub, you should be able to find it and subscribe. There will be an expression of interest stage, which should be early April, and then expecting full proposals due with a view to start, I think, later on. So I just want to make sure that you guys are aware, because for some of you this might be. That's everything from me, I think. Perfect. So you to introduce yourselves. This is the remote. I think it's very self-explanatory. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. So thanks, Robin. And I'm sorry that I'm not Damien. We're looking forward to hearing from Damien Jack from SSE. As Robin said, he's not very well. I don't think he's got that particular one.
No, I don't.
I'm pretty confident it's not that. But anyway, he didn't want to come and spread, but he has got around. And I apologise to colleagues from Strathclyde who will have heard quite a lot of this before. Sorry, but there is some new stuff that you haven't heard before. So look out for that. See if you can spot it. But for everybody else, I'm sure you would have heard about the event that happened, and some of the kind of headlines that came up. So this slide is courtesy of Callum, who's been watching Have I Got Used to You Too Much? So it got a lot of attention. And I mean, in some ways it's good that finally people realise there is a power system and there are people who are responsible for it and look after it and it takes a lot of work. But rather they paid attention to that whenever it did all work. Unfortunately, we only tend to get attention when something doesn't work, and that was kind of what happened. And clearly, government responding to it and so on. And I found myself kind of getting into some of the kind of media during that kind of couple of weeks after the event. It's one of these times that, okay, well that's kind of something I do. I should put my head above the parapet and get involved with some of the public discussion about what's going on and why it's happened and why it's not, and what didn't cause it. Because I'm always conscious that various people don't like renewables, for example, and try to blame what happens on some of that. So I found myself, being quoted in some of the newspapers. There were some particular headlines that came out. Most of the newspapers picked up this particular press release that went out. That was the way the Scotsman reported it. The other newspapers just said, wind power not to blame for blackout, says Professor. The Scotsman went for wind power not to blame for blackout, says Scots Professor. Which my younger daughter noticed and pointed out that this wasn't quite an accurate thing, depending on what kind of perspective we're coming from. So, like I say, there was a need to try and unpack what was actually going on. Now, on the overall scheme of things, this was not that big an event. We can look even at things that happened, in the couple of months before, and in terms of number of megawatt hours that were not supplied, or the number of people that were disconnected, this was relatively small. Now, if you were one of those people who were disconnected, or you were in one of those trains that stopped working, or you were waiting for your train to go because it was, nothing was happening because there was a broken down train in the way, then you're badly affected. It's a Friday evening rush hour, so it does have an impact. But in comparison with, say, pretty much all of Argentina blacked out, a big part of Indonesia, whole of Jakarta, massive city blacked out. This was a small event. Now it was triggered, as Callum will come on and describe in more detail, by a short circuit fault on the network. Now, unplanned outages on the network, not necessarily all short circuits, are relatively common. So these are some of the statistics from the last, from a few years. Very hard to get statistics actually on the number of generation outages. But my kind of recollection is typically, on average, a few a day. So outages as such are not totally uncommon on the transmission system, and they're much more common on the distribution network, of course, and there's a lot more of it for a start. And because of that, as power engineers, we have to make sure that the system can survive these disturbances. And it means the loosened generation, there's enough other generation that is there, can be accessed quickly enough to fill in that gap and still meet the demand. We lose a bit of the network, there's still enough capacity again to get the power from the sources to the sinks. And we have to deal with kind of the dynamics of how the system responds. And every now and again, there will be interruptions to supply. It doesn't make economic sense to build so much redundancy into the system. There's never, or almost never, an interruption. But in terms of a transmission event leading to an interruption, that's quite rare. And the scale seems to justify at least a certain level of redundancy. So all of these things, so Robin already used the term resilience, and I'm not going to get into a long discussion about exactly how you define it. I know there's a SIGRO working group that has been discussing that for a couple of years now and still not coming up with what I would regard as a good definition. But anyway, this is a definition that came out of another SIGRO working group from quite a few years ago now. It's kind of to do with preventing bad things. So, you know, the bursting is interrupting people's supply of electricity. Because you can't always prevent interruptions, you've got to contain them. They're not as big or as widespread as they might otherwise have been, and you want to recover from them as quickly and safely as possible. And there's a whole bunch of things that are involved in that. But at the first level of prevention, we have security standards to help to manage that. And I hope you're all familiar with the security standards that we have in Britain, which is kind of a variation on a theme that we see internationally. So it defines what in Britain we would call secured events, particular unplanned events that can nevertheless happen, but also the consequences to be avoided. So saying, you know, when there is an outage of a single circuit overhead line or cable, there should not be any interruptions to supply, or voltages should not go outside the limits, or whatever. Some of these events might be defined and say, well, okay, say a double circuit fault outage, it is acceptable to have up to a certain amount of load interrupted. But then only a certain amount, and then of course the onus is on the system operator to restore it quickly and safely. And these are statutory conditions. These are a license obligation of, now, we say all 4 transmission licensees in Britain. So in particular, the electricity system operator. And how good they are at doing that, direct your questions to Mustafa, who's here representing the ESO today. He's one of the key clients. He's giving a talk very soon, so he can't hide from it. But it's a license condition, which means that, you know, they have to do it. And if they don't do it, they can be fined, I think, up to 10% of global turnover. That's the kind of the powers that the Ofgem regulator has. And there's an example of some of the text from this. That doesn't get into a bit of detail about you define terms into italics of particular definitions. And there's, you know, there's about 50 or 60 pages long of this standard. It covers investment planning as well as operation. And of course, you have to study the effects of these secured events and make sure that they would not lead to any of these bad things that are precluded by the standard. And the aim, of course, is to have a system in real time that is secure. Now, the events happen, and okay, might not be some load interruption, but now you might not be secure against the next thing. So the onus then is on the system operator to re-secure the system as quickly and safely as possible to be ready for the next thing that might happen. So combinations of things is kind of quite particular to what happened on August the 9th. And, you know, part of it as well, of course, is kind of trying to manage all these consequences, keep system frequency within acceptable limits. What are those acceptable limits? Well, you know, the SQSS, the Security and Quality Supply Standard, says plus or minus 0.5 hertz. There are wider limits that equipment is supposed to be able to operate with. So actually, in terms of generation equipment, down as far as 47.5 hertz. So that's kind of the lower limit for that before you really start worrying about the whole system collapsing. And the way of doing that to manage the dynamics is, of course, about having access to fast responses, the stores of energy that you can unlock, that give you then access to slower stores of energy, all trying to replace what's been lost. And then you're trying to replace the reserves that you've used up, getting ready for the next thing. Now, if things really go bad, and the system frequency starts dropping, then there's some backup plans. This bit about containment is under this category of, you know, defense measures. And low frequency demand disconnection, or under frequency load shedding, which is more common in other countries, is one of these key defense measures that we've got. And in our case in Britain, that's defined in the grid code. And that's an excerpt from it there. And this is kind of quite pertinent to what happened on August the 9th as well. Another thing that's pertinent is the fact that we've seen a huge growth in distributed generation. Generation connected down in the distribution networks. That actually, it turns out, the ESO doesn't really have much control or visibility. It's been accustomed over the decades to dealing with stuff that is transmission connected. And you know, there's a lot of it there. So we think about the peak kind of true demand in Britain is about 60 gigawatts. So 37 gigawatts of DG, and it's more than that now, represents a big proportion, or could be if it's all operating. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Karen, who's going to take you through what happened on the day.
Yeah, so when the event happened, we thought we need to be able to model this, see if we can two power stations came offline over the course of this event. Little Barford Power Station, which was actually very close to the original lightning strike, was lost in 3 stages, 644 megawatts from that. And Hornsea Offshore Wind Farm, which is a fair distance away, but I suppose still electrically close enough to see a voltage deviation from this short circuit fault, also came offline erroneously. And that was 737 megawatts lost instantaneously. These two events, coupled with some of this distributed generation we've talked about on different loss of mains protection settings, almost 600 megawatts of that seems to have come offline. And over the course of the entire event, further sort of 800 megawatts at least of distributed generation seems to have been disconnected from the grid. So we've got a loss of a minimum of 2.7 gigawatts of generation in stages over the course of about 80 seconds. And of course, there's a series of counterbalancing actions on generation and demand, which included the disconnection of 1.1 million customers on this low frequency demand disconnect scheme. Yes, to model it, we first need to get a feel for what the background conditions were in the system. So the time of the event, as I said, about 10 to 5 on a Friday evening, late summer. So demand was about 29 gigawatts, which is not particularly low. Probably, average demand conditions you're thinking across the entirety of the year. Quite a large proportion of wind, about 30% wind on the system, about 8% interconnection, about a 40% penetration of non-synchronous generation. But still, because demand isn't particularly low, there's still about 60% of generation being met by traditional synchronous generators, and system inertia is above 200 GVA seconds, which is probably the threshold where you start considering that being a low. So normal-ish system inertia conditions, which means that National Grid were procuring frequency response to their normal, competing against the normal 1,000 megawatt loss risk. So we had a number of frequency response services procured to handle a loss of 1,000 megawatts. So you can see, about 227 megawatts of enhanced, the faster stuff, then 500 or 600 megawatts of your traditional governor-based primary response. And then a number of static services as well, which trigger different frequency thresholds. Another thing we have to remember is that the system has an inherent response to frequency fluctuations that helps to damp disturbances. So the long-running sort of assumption on that from National Grid is that demand varies with a rate of 2.5% per hertz. So if frequency drops by 1 hertz, demand will drop by 2.5%. System reserve at the time was about 4 gigawatts, which again is quite a normal condition. So again, we plugged all this into a single bus model we've got with GD and tried to replicate what happened in the event. So you can see that the red and green lines are some real data we've got from the grid, and the dotted lines are a model representation, which we think is a pretty good representation of what could have gone on at the time. So I'll sort of walk through now, stage by stage, what we think may have happened. So initially, this lightning strike leads to the loss of about 150 megawatts on vector shift distributed generation. Almost simultaneously, 737 megawatts is lost at Hornsea. And almost simultaneously, 244 megawatts, first of the 3 units of Little Barford gas power station, was also lost. So that's about just over 1,100 megawatts, almost instantaneously, which leads to a breach of 0.125 hertz per second Rockoff threshold, which is another protecting setting which a lot of distributed generators are on. Another 430 megawatts, roughly, of distributed generation is also tipped off because it breaches this threshold. We've got a total loss in the first sort of half second of this event of over 1,500 megawatts. And you see the frequency falls fairly fast. Obviously, then our frequency response services start to kick in. Our enhanced response delivers about 165 megawatts, over about 4 seconds. Primary dynamic response comes in, delivers 185 megawatts in about 8 seconds. And the first of the triggered static frequency services comes in, delivers over 200 megawatts when we pass 49.6 hertz threshold. In this sort of first 10 seconds, we've only got, when you include the demand reduction that I spoke about earlier, we've only got a sort of a response, system response that's little under 1400 megawatts versus a loss of well over 1500 megawatts. So frequency is still falling in this stage for sort of 10, 20 seconds until, well, about 20 seconds in, after 20 second delay, the next sort of secondary frequency response starts to kick in. So like 200 megawatts on the second static trigger comes in at that point. We get an initial frequency in here of 49.1 hertz, which is significantly below the normal. Normally, that's good. We look at keep disturbances above 49.5 hertz. But we have sort of recovered at this point. We go into this sort of tail-off period where we get some very slow, sort of gradual reduction in frequency, sort of unexplained drop-off and other things happening on the system. About 60 seconds after the initial event, the second steam, the first gas turbine at Little Barford Power Station trips off. This is failure of the bypass system, sort of unexplained at Little Barford, and the second unit there drops off another 200 megawatts, and frequency starts dropping again. Until we get to 49 hertz threshold, and we see a net loss of a further 200 megawatts. I've got 200 megawatts of DG there, but I think we actually know now that the trains came off at this point as well, so that's a net loss to the grid of 200 megawatts. It means the loss of DG was significantly higher than that because there was demand coming off at the same time. And this led to a drop in frequency to our LFDB level of 48.8 hertz. So at this stage, 5% of demand in England and Wales is supposed to come off. National Grid reported that 932 megawatts of demand tripped at this stage, but when you model it in, we only see a net bounce in the system of 330 megawatts. So it looks like a lot more DG seems to come offline there. Perhaps that's the sort of only explanation we've got for that. Why we didn't see a much bigger bounce at that stage. But even so, the 300 or so megawatt bounce is enough to recover frequency a little bit. At this point, just before about 8 seconds in, we think reserve starts kicking in, and that's quite lucky because we're still not finished. The third unit of Barford, another sort of nearly 200 megawatts, chipped off 84 seconds into the event. But because we've got reserve ramping up and still got some impact from the LFPB, frequency doesn't go back down to the next LFPB level, and over the next few minutes, the system does recover, and now we're able to bring on these longer term reserves. So that was a sort of step-by-step over and over kind of what we think happened. So there's a few sort of uncertainties around this. One of them is how much frequency response was actually delivered on the day. In our first report, about a week after the event, this is National Grid's first estimate of the frequency response that was delivered. It seemed there was about an 82% response rate on that, which is a bit less than the planned would have been about a 90% response rate essentially. So that was a bit less than some of the ones that were maybe under-delivering or apparently the enhanced frequency response, which is of course the fastest acting and probably the most useful type of response. In the final report, there's also this table, which is supposedly a validated response from the response providers, which suggested that the overall response was a bit better than that, so closer to the sort of 90% level that they would expect to get. And it also suggested that the enhanced response was significantly higher, about 260 megawatts rather than 165. That's not really borne out by modelling. When we figures that we put into the model are actually much closer to the original estimate. And when you put in a faster response, it doesn't seem to give the same sort of replication of the event. But it's hard to trust these figures as a finalised number because there's still 9% of response providers don't seem to have given a validation of what they actually did, and it's unclear where they sit in that table at that 9%. So it's hard to, there's still uncertainty I think on what response actually did deliver. But what we can do is model what would have happened if all the response did deliver. Would we have survived? And the answer to that seems to be yes, we would not have cut off 1.1 million customers if all the frequency response that was procured had delivered. The main reason for that is you don't ever touch the 49 hertz threshold and then you don't use that extra bit of got at least 200 megawatts here. I think my team from all kinds suggested that it's probably more like 250 megawatts of DG at that stage. And again, we've got this sort of unaccounted for 600 megawatts of non-response from the LFPD actions, and that 930 megawatts is already supposed to be a net figure, which is accounted for some DG. So we've said here over 1.3 gigawatts. I think in all likelihood, the total amount of generation which is lost on the distribution network is probably significantly more than the 1.3 gigawatts that was lost on the transmission network. So even though it was a larger than normal fall in the transmission system, we've got a serious amount of happenings underneath that which need to be accounted for and reckoned for by National Grid going forward. And again, it's all sort of triggered by this vector shift risk, which is a protection setting which is now banned and has been for a few years. But there's still these legacy EGs sitting out there in the system. And if that wasn't there, we can see what would have happened. This would have been a bog standard frequency event, and people and I wouldn't have been speaking about this every second week to people. You basically, without that 150 megawatts of vector shift, you don't go on to trigger the 430 megawatts of drop-off, and therefore you don't get down to these lower frequency thresholds where a lot more is happening. And even actually in the modelling, 150 was really close. If it was 120 or 130, you might even not quite trigger that drop-off level. So we're quite unlucky in a sense that this all happened. So the last few slides is just what went wrong at Hornsea. This is quite far away and shouldn't really have been happening. So you had a 10% voltage deviation of the onshore system where Hornsea connects to the main grid. So that's the blue line at the top, different by 10%. The green line at the bottom is the reactive power response from Hornsea to the offshore wind farms. So they're seeing this voltage dip and correctly providing some reactive power response to that. When the fault's cleared after 70 milliseconds, the reactive power response sharply drops and actually goes in the opposite direction, and we get into this sort of divergent oscillation scenario where reactive power is swinging plus 400, minus 500 megabars, which leads to a voltage dip at the offshore wind farm side, which then leads to an overcurrent scenario at the offshore turbines, and they all switch themselves off on overcurrent. So that all happened within like 200 or 300 milliseconds. So you get this undamped electrical resonance happening. It's essentially a control system failure, and Ørsted, own Hornsea, had apparently noticed that this type of behaviour was possible. They'd seen some things, even on the day, they'd seen some lightly damped oscillations from smaller voltage dips. And they had apparently a software update ready to go to fix this, which was due on the Monday, but it was actually implemented the very next day on the Saturday, which was no surprise.
The wrong room. You're in the wrong room. Well, they're very welcome.
So that was Hornsea. And finally, just a slide on how LFDE was implemented. We see a sort of a very regional response here. So some of the DNOs overperformed, and a couple very much underperformed on their sort of 5% target. A majority of the sort of non-operation was found to be basically due to allowable settings thresholds, so they would have tripped if it was a slightly bigger bit. But the combined action did sort of do its objective in the end, I suppose. But a number of the central services, as people want to talk about, were impacted, and there was a number of procedural failures as well on the day, which means that there's basically an investigation, a call for a further investigation into the LFPD, how that worked, and again, we don't really know why there's only a 330 megawatt bank. I think that was my sense.
Okay, so thanks. So I'm just going to try and wrap up some of the implications of some of this. So we've seen what we think happened. There's still some uncertainty about some of the details, even now. The impacts on energy users, you can see summarised here. notion of essential services that are not very clearly defined. There are some kind of statutory documents where this term appears, but it's not clear. But we can get a feeling for what we think that means. So things like, supplies to an airport or hospitals or railway signalling, or okay, there was a bit of traction, the kind of the powering of the locomotive, the train at one site, I think that was somewhere in the Manweb area, if I'm not mistaken, and a water treatment works. So these were disconnected, according to, there was a report by the Energy Emergency Executive Committee, EPC. According to what they said in their investigation, these were disconnected by the action of this LFDB. So disconnecting demand, they disconnected these particular kinds of demand. But during the disturbance, and the E3C report wasn't clear about how this happened, other things were affected as well. So it might have been some of the site's own protection operators, like as happened with the train. Would be particular Siemens units that were operated by Thameslink. So these other sites were affected, and there was a chemical works that was affected as well. So it's a big safety implication. Okay, there are backup systems on site, but you depend on their working, and it took quite a while to get the processes all back. So I mentioned there was these E3C with one of the reports. All these reports came out at the same time on January the 3rd. Ofgem was the biggest of these reports. So looking at any of the licensed companies, the big generation companies, Ørsted and RWE, owners of Hornsea and Little Barford, did they do what the license said they should do? The transmission companies, in particular National Grid as the ESO, and then the transmission owner in England and Wales, the other bit of National Grid, and the DMOs, did they do what they were supposed to do? The DG generators are pretty much not covered by what Ofgem could look at. They are, for the most part, unlicensed. They're small enough that they kind of can have an easy life and don't have to comply with all these conditions. So Ofgem couldn't really get into and get onto what they were doing, and even though it's become clear from what Callum was saying, there were things they did that they shouldn't have done. So out of this report from Ofgem, what were they recommending? So this loss of mains protection, obviously it was really important what happened. Some of it was already banned but hasn't been replaced, the vector shift stuff. The settings for Rockoff based loss of mains protection, 0.125 hertz per second, should be changed to 1 hertz per second or 0.5 hertz per second if it's a synchronous machine. LFDD was a bit inconsistent, as we've seen, and disconnected things that ideally it wouldn't be disconnected. And there's this whole thing about all this DG that isn't really covered by any of the kind of licensing. There was also attention to some of the processes that the system operator uses. So for checking whether the big generators do what the grid code says they should do. So was that as rigorous as it might have been? And then, kind of the procurement of frequency response. So there's this assumption that only 90% of it will deliver. How is that checked or verified? Why 90%? How much of it should they be procuring? And then some of the standards involved. So does this SQSS say the right thing? Was it appropriate given what happened? How often does a disturbance as big as that, these combinations, how often does that happen? Is it telling the system operator to schedule enough response? Is the whole thing managing risk in the right way? Now, there's a whole bunch of questions that I think are still unanswered, even after these reports came. I'm not going to go through all these in detail right now. But just a whole gamut of things that I think will lead to further work and should do, we should be trying to answer. Now, one of the things I think this illustrates is not just the complexity of a power system, it's non-linear, it's dynamic, but also of the institutional arrangements that sit around it. Who are the different parties that are involved? So, in cartoon form, that's the physical system. But in terms of the kind of contractual relationships or the commercial relationships, there's a whole bunch of other parties there that interact in all sorts of different ways in terms of contracts and requirements. There's a whole bunch of codes that govern the technical things that see on the left there. SQSS was mentioned, the grid code. There's a whole bunch of engineering recommendations that apply to things mainly down at the distribution network level. But a whole bunch of other things that govern things commercially, the balancing settlement code, the connection and use of system code, distribution code. I mean, just reams of stuff. Is it my birthday? Whose birthday is it?
Maybe they're washing their hands.
Oh yeah, I think they're going to have to sing it twice and carry on washing their hands for the whole time. Yeah. So how do we make sure all of these things hang together? And I think we could see from August the 9th that some of these things did not really hang together, not as well as they perhaps might have done. So this raises, I think, a question about the need for codes and standards. So there happens to be at the moment, so Ofgem has asked for some kind of review of the SQSS in particular. BEIS, the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, last year kicked off a fairly wide-ranging review of the electricity sector codes and standards. And they're supposed to be reporting I think their interim report, what was it, a report due by the end of March, I think. So the panel was set up and they've been doing kind of various consultations on that. So I think we could ask ourselves, and hopefully they're asking this as well, under what circumstances do we need a standard? Now there's lots of commercial incentives to do the right thing, but are they strong enough? And how can we tell that we're doing the right thing anyway? So, an event like August the 9th, where the LFDB trigger is rare. The last time something like that happened was 2008. Is it really a one in kind of 10, 11, 12 year event? And if we base our kind of governance of all these actors in the sector on the things that happen, things that we can observe, if something's only happening once in 10 years, maybe then it's too late to be able to verify that they're all doing the right thing. Perhaps we need something else that gets in there up front and says, right, well, these are the things that should lead to outcomes that are kind of acceptable from a societal point of view. And we're going to write these standards to try and govern that kind of behaviour. How do we know we've written a good standard? What does that look like? What features should it have? So I think don't overburden the sector with things you don't need, but where the other incentives don't seem to work or don't seem to be strong enough, that's where you need to have a standard. And of course, it's got to lead to the right outcome for the end user, which means all of us, any of us. And we put it in place where, without a standard, we were worried that there might be some kind of unacceptable outcome. It might be a very big disturbance once in a while. How big is big? Or it might be smaller disturbances that happen more frequently. It's all to do with risk management kind of theme of less. Another important thing about standards, it shouldn't act as a block to innovation. There's lots of areas of the way the nature of the technology is changing on the system where we need new ways of doing things. So I think a standard should be, setting limits on individual bits of equipment, what they should be capable of doing. We might not always need it, but there'll be some circumstances when we do. I think this one, a really important one in the middle there, to articulate what I would describe as being good engineering practice. My reading of what happened, and certainly of the Ofgem report into August 9th, my reading of it is that there were examples of poor engineering practice. But there's I think what Ofgem has found is there was nothing in the existing standards or licenses to kind of pin that on any of these parties and say, right, well, you are non-compliant, we have the rights to fine you as an encouragement to you to behave better next time. And because of all these actors and the equipment that they own, the other purpose of the standard is to govern the relationships between them, both technically and sort of institutionally. So we need to write a standard to achieve these things and also to define all of these kind of features as well. So in particular, can you enforce it? Can you police it? What can you measure that tells you whether a standard is being complied with or followed or not? Okay, so just summing up, a few final observations in terms of what seemed to happen. This point about the growth of distributed generation. Massively important. Very little of it is monitored or controlled. And it just seems to me astonishing that the industry's got to that situation after 10 or 15 years where it hasn't got a grip on. And it would be expensive to kind of retrofit. Again, that point about Hornsey and the control system interaction, that's just one example of something I think we're going to see a lot more. So a lot more power electronics on the system. You can write the control software to do almost anything you want. If you can measure something you can respond to it. Fantastically flexible, can offer all sorts of really useful things, but there's also a danger, because they can respond very quickly, they can respond and interact in an adverse way that makes things very bad. And that's kind of what it looked like in terms of what Hornsey was doing until the software was updated. We don't know what the software is doing, it's all commercially confidential. And I think we need a better appreciation of risk and the kind of costs and benefits of managing it in different ways. And I think the final point is about resilience, this kind of back to this kind of broader context of prevention, containment and recovery. I don't think those responsibilities are clearly enough defined across the sector in terms of which parties are responsible for what. Okay, that's the end of the talk.
Yeah, definitely. No, excellent. So, Janusz, and if you want to introduce yourself to the room as well.
Janusz Gajek, Newcastle University. Thank you. Very good presentation. I'd like to step back because you were talking about the standards. I think it is the event has shown that really the most fundamental standard principle is N-1 standard has to be reviewed. Because that standard assumes there are no common modes of failure. It means one power station which two power stations failing at the same time is very rare. And indeed the last one was 2008. But that was the standard was adopted worldwide when the power system was like a dinosaur, changing very, very, very slowly. It's not like T-Rex, but like moving very slowly. But now what we have seen, all those changes within the G, due to the things which we have just been talking about, power electronics, there are many unknowns which we just don't know about. There may be some control interactions between different control systems. That means that the probability of a common mode of failure will increase. I mean, with this event, it was a common mode of failure because it was the same lightning strike which choked two power stations. And there have been many things like that. And because we just don't know them, so maybe it should be not N-1, but N-1.2 or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Of course, the cost-benefit analysis would be needed for that. But I mean, I'm just saying that the industry should accept the fundamental principles. They don't know what's going on in the system because it's been changing so quickly.
So I don't think the industry should accept that it doesn't know. I think it's the industry's responsibility to find out. And that's one of the things that bugs me the most about what happened or what was revealed by what happened on August 9th. Now, it's not to say it's easy. The point about what's going on in terms of the power electronics and what the control software is doing is very hard. Now, we've got to somehow get a grip on that. And we're not only facing it here. I think it means that maybe the grid code needs to be written in a different way. I think the operators of the owners of the kit need to kind of have clarity on their responsibilities, which then casts back on the vendors, the original equipment manufacturers, and what were their responsibilities are. But somebody, I think, needs to kind of understand how these things interact on the system. And we've got challenges in terms of our ability to model that, absolutely, but that's work we've got to address. The bit about common mode kind of failures is a really, really good one. I think you're absolutely right. But it also shows why we've got the grid code in the first place. So, there was a lot of debate, it took a long time, a lot of argument, particularly with the wind sector, 20 years ago now, about the low voltage ride-through criteria in the grid code. Why was that so important? Is to avoid one fault on the network leading to lots of wind farms all falling off at the same time. So rather than saying we've got to have N-2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 security, we should be maybe trying to be confident that this one event will not lead to normally all these other things happen. This is why it was important to kind of dig into what the Department was doing, the Hornsey was doing, and what the DG was doing, because and I'm realising that it shouldn't behave that way. So there's two ways of looking at it. Yeah, either we go to N-K security and just accept that some of these common mode things will happen, or we nip them in the bud, try to, by ensuring that the individual items of equipment do not all respond to these events in an adverse way, which is a better way to go. Historically, we've gone for a grid code and compliance to try and avoid these common mode outcomes. I'd say my feeling is we still need to try and pursue that route, but you might be right in the end.
other questions? Yeah, Chris at the back.
Yeah, so there's been a few research projects, I know you're aware of, Chris. Some European projects have tried to look into, let's say, a more explicit accounting of risk in power system operation. So there's an iTesla project, a big European one, that tried to look at a whole range of circumstances and give kind of pre-canned advice to an operator. One I was involved with, it finished a couple of years ago, was called GARPWORK. It stands for something in the classic European way, some long acronym, generally accepted reliability principle, something like that. But it tried to almost like re-engineer the N-1 rule that Janusz was referring to. And one of the nicest bits of work in that project, I thought, was what they were doing in Iceland. So the system operator there was looking and saying, well, let's adapt in real time which events we secure against and which ones we don't. So they're changing that contingency list according to the probability and the impact. Probability of an outage happening and what the impact would be. So in simple terms, when there's a storm going on, you'll secure against a double circuit fault, where normally, in good weather, you wouldn't bother, because although it would have a significant impact, in good weather, the probability of it happening is very small. So they kind of developed that and kind of applied it as a methodology. Now, their system is relatively simple compared with ours, but that is an example of where I think we could be going if we've got the right data. So I think that's my kind of penultimate point on there, where we can do this. And maybe the computing power is improving, still got some challenges, but the biggest gap, I think, is about the data. What are the probabilities of these events and how are they influenced by different circumstances?
Probably got time for one more. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's whole sorts of things that you don't know about that might go wrong. Hidden failures, you can call them. They get revealed only under particular circumstances that arise quite rarely. But that's why we need to think about, I think, the 3 layers of resilience. The prevention, containment, and the recovery, because of these unknown unknowns. So the defence plans and the restoration plans are absolutely essential, because we can't cover everything. We can't always guarantee there will be no interruptions to supply. So LFED, in a sense, did do its job. It stopped the frequency drop from getting any worse. Although we can look at it, as you said, and say, well, maybe it wasn't implemented in the right way. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so the implementation of it, you could look back and say, well, is it cheap and cheerful? Not so cheerful, but definitely cheap. Relays, for the most part, I think, at 33 kV, so relatively crude in terms of the kind of selectivity of which feeders are disconnected. So this review that E3C has asked for of LFED, that's one of the things hopefully they will look at is, well, what would be the costs and the benefits of moving all those relays to 11 kV? So there's Sam and Connor, is Jamie here today as well? Anyway, did a mini project on this. This is kind of by coincidence. A week before this event, they're saying, we'd like to do, we've got a mini project to do what you think is the subject. Maybe have a look at LFED and how it works, and how kind of crude it is, whether it disconnects lots of DG by accident. I started trying to look into that. And hey, no, this is kind of quite topical. But it looks like there would be potential benefits of moving those relays to LFED. As an industry, we kind of forget. There's an institutional kind of amnesia. Because these things are quite rare, they seem to get a bit, the review of these settings gets a bit slack. And it's, the trains, what the kind of rules are for when they're allowed to disconnect. Maybe some of these other sites that disconnected themselves, even if they weren't disconnected by LFTD. So that's a challenge for, in terms of, like you say, good engineering practice.
So I think we're going to have to draw it to close. I just want to ask one thing just on that though. So you just said these things happen rarely. Is there? Do you think there's a danger that we will review now, we will put things in place now, and then we will end up with a system that could have coped with that, but will then not be able to cope with the next event when it happens in 5 years again, because the system has moved on so far once more. We now have even more DG. We now have more power electronics embedded everywhere. And how do you make sure that the review that happens now is an ongoing process to
It's a very good question.
continue to be
Yeah.
updated?
So the chap I used to work with when I was back in my young days at the postdoc, I called Daniel Pershing, who has been done work in this sort of space as well. He's over in the States now, and he describes it as fighting the last war.
Yeah.
So you can prevent that exact set of circumstances from leading to that same outcome. But as you say, although there are many common features of big disturbances worldwide, the exact way in which they all happen is different. Everyone is unique. So there is a danger, and we've got to recognise that and be serious enough, I think, about the engineering and looking ahead into what these standards might be saying in the future and about what good engineering practice means to just try to avoid falling into one of those sorts of traps and make sure we do get ahead and try to model how these things might behave and come up with kind of good rules. Against that background, the innovation funding that is allowed, especially for the network licensees, has to be spent wisely. I think Ofgem needs to understand it's not just about kind of exploiting opportunities, it's also about managing threats. And we think we need the people to come through and be able to do these things now and in the future. So extremely bad timing on the part of EPSRC to cut funding for any technical doctoral training on future networks or power systems.
Thanks very much. So a big thanks to Keith and Callum, particularly for stepping in at the last minute there for that one. So we're going to move on to our first session, which now only has 2 speakers, which is why I was quite happy to be relaxed at the time. You'll notice I get far more strict as we go on through the day. But our first speaker is Matthias from the University of Manchester. The presenter should be obvious. Feel free to introduce yourself, and you have 15 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Matthias Lewis. I'm a PhD student at the University of Manchester, and I really need to thank Luke and Kelly for already setting the topic for me, and like justifying my work, so I can skip a few slides actually. But what I will talk about is boosting power network resilience in weather events by something I call preventive islanding. And first, briefly writing experience, I will introduce the concept of preventive action and give an example of preventive islanding. I'll learn a bit more about actions under uncertainty, how we can change our decision making in this case, and then a few extensions of our possible future things to look at. When we look at this figure shows the number of customers affected on average per event with different types of causes. And for this, we can start with the US, I think it's similar in UK, other European countries. But you can see that some of the things that happen quite regularly, like a cookie failure, they don't tend to impact or affect very many people. Things that don't happen very often, like ice storms or earthquakes, if they happen, they cause huge blackouts affecting hundreds of thousands of people. So we have to distinguish here between liability, which is for me with things that happen regularly but often, but don't have a big impact, to resilience, which handles things that don't happen very often, but if they happen, it's very, very bad. And I will be talking about the blackout in London, or in UK, especially, and the impact of this blackout is massive because it cascades into lots of other infrastructures, trains, transport, water supply. So it really is a big issue. Our society what can we do to increase our network resilience? So we can either do something beforehand, we can increase the redundancy, we can build the transmission line stronger, for example, we can apply certain preventive actions, or we can do something afterwards, we can look into the Blackstar capabilities of trains or whatever, we can look into restoration plans, or we can adapt and learn from the future by analyzing what happened. What I'll be looking at now is preventive actions, which for me is the operational strategy, and that uses the functionality of the model smart grid and is implemented before an event. So how will it work? Let's see, we have a weather forecast coming in, there's a huge storm coming over the UK, we know the types of storm, rainfall, so we know the intensity, roughly by the forecast, we know the trajectory, so we know which parts of the country will be impacted. Then we can decide between two things. If there's an event coming, if there's nothing happening or an event coming, we can decide to do nothing and just run the system as usual. Or we can apply preventive action. This preventive action might have used some costs because we actually possibly use some demand response capabilities, which cost in Germany is roughly in the range of hundreds of euros per megawatt hour beforehand. And then if an event comes and we didn't do anything, then we have to pay lots and lots of compensation. So again, Germany roughly value plus close 10,000 euros per megawatt hour. Or if we implemented the systematic preventive action beforehand, we only need to pay low compensation because the lost load is reduced. So the preventive action I'm looking at is preventive islanding, and how it works is we start with a fully connected network, then we divide this network into islands, into sectionalized areas that are self-adequate, we can supply themselves. Obviously, here we need to calculate some loads because there might be not enough distributed generation available, so we might have to calculate some loads. But then the idea is that if something happens, if some outage is triggered, something like the scheduled faults are constrained to certain islands and those spread over the whole network. So the lost load is reduced by some initial loss action. And the beauty of this is it's a purely operational strategy, so we don't need to build any transmission lines. It's pre-planned, so we can think about what we do and do it before the event. The islands can be tailored to a specific event, so if we know what's happening, we can form the islands to whatever it has to look like to make it work best. And also shows that prevents the propagation of faulty states. So just to look at the case study I've done just on the islanding. So this graph basically shows how many nodes you have to, how much load reduction you have to make depending on the size of the islands. And obviously, if our islands become bigger, so on the right side, we need to reduce less loads. And obviously, also if we have more generated buses, so if we go from blue to orange, we also need to calculate less loads. So that's basically the side of the pre-event load reduction. And then the other thing is then what happens if the event comes. And here we see if we have more islands, the lost load goes down, which basically shows us that the risk of scaling cables is reduced. And I've looked at the two different cases, obviously, if the event becomes more severe, then we also use more load, which makes sense. So this is just to show that prevent islanding actually works and actually prevents the propagation of cascading faults. But the thing is, the critical thing is still the decision for a network operator on when to do this preventive islanding. Obviously, if we know there's an event coming, but we are sure 100% okay, something is happening, then it's easy to make a decision to island. But what if nothing happens? Then two different things come here. Obviously, if you didn't do anything and nothing happens, then it's easy to pay anything at all as a network operator. But if nothing happens, but we did this preventive action, we still have to pay a small cost because of this demand reduction. So it's obviously more like depends on the probabilities and on the risk factors. So which of these cases will happen, and we need to pick the best one. So these two green bits. So how can we work with this? Or like how can we be certain, or how certain do we have to be to justify implementing such a preventive action? So there are two different things I'm looking at. One is duration of the event, and the other hand, the other thing is the uncertainty in the intensity of the event. So if you look at the mutation, so here I've done some simulations on a stressed precision network, and I'm looking only, so the network is beyond, very, very heavily loaded, and I'm looking at what happens if there's an n-1 continuity. And so the figure, so I have the event, on the left side of the figure, I know exactly where the event is, and on the right hand, I say the event can be anywhere, and in between is anything else included. And then on the vertex axis, I have something called the performance index, which is basically a summary of the overall risk of this falls, and the pre-event load reduction I would have to do to implement any type of event reduction. And so 100% is the best performance. And so I'm looking at here that four different preventive actions which we need to do. First on the left is basically only requiring an n-1 contingency for a specific line, the line that we know where the event is going to happen. And this obviously works best if the location is precisely known. However, if our level of certainty about where it's going to happen reduces, or if it becomes more and more uncertain, and the event can be more and more anywhere in the system, first makes then more sense to just create a small island around the area that will be affected, larger island, and in the end if you're absolutely uncertain, whereas you have no idea at all where it's going to happen, then it's actually best to form multiple islands of the whole network, prevent this from happening. Next thing is the uncertainty in intensity. And I'm here using something called ensemble forecasting, which basically, so when we want to run a forecast, there are lots of different models. Every model can use different input parameters and can then use different outputs as well. And an ensemble forecast combines all these different weather forecasts and gives us a range of opportunities, a range of possible future states of the environment, and can also give us probabilities of this to happen. So this, for example, it really gives us input temperature in this case. It gives us like an ensemble average, so the most likely thing to happen, and then different ranges of this average to be exceeded or fallen below. And then we can call something like an expected cost for an event, and this can be calculated for every type of preventive action you might have individually. And in this goes obviously the amount of load reduction you have to do beforehand, the value of the demand response, then we sum over all possible event outcomes that come from the ensemble forecast, weighed with the probability of this, and the lost load that is estimated to be caused by this event. So if we do this for every possible preventive action we might have, then we can go for different decision strategies. So which different strategies on how to decide what to do. One could look at the ensemble mean, so basically looking at the preventive action that produces the most likely event outcome. One is the one that looks at the most severe event outcome. Or the third one, which is then based on the actual probabilities of each event outcome. So basically taking all ensemble numbers together and deciding on our preventive action based on all the probabilities. And I've done here some simulations again on the German precision network, heavily loaded, and we're basically looking at a storm that comes with 30 meters per second, for example, and then we look at the probability that this wind speed is exceeded by, let's say, 5 meters per second. Yeah. And we look at all these three different strategies, and we can see here in the green bars basically that for all levels of uncertainty, it's always best to go for this probability-based decision strategy. Basically, and including the benefits of ensemble forecasting to our decision making. And I feel like the reductions in cost are like around 10% compared to if you just look at the ensemble mean. Obviously, all these simulations, they depend in the end on the model, and I'm using a DC-based model, and very, very simplified. So I've then looked at extending it to an AC-based model, because DC-based models, they ignore all the direct power flows, they ignore voltage issues. So I've also developed now an AC-based model, which also considers some dynamic phenomena. And just like you see on the right, you can see these orange points related to cases, which like outages which are not predicted by the DC model, but by an AC model. So my next work will be to just apply all my transactions over to an AC-based model and see if it works. So yeah, to summarize, basically, climate change and our increased demand stresses the need for public resilience. Preventive islanding is a good strategy to effectively mitigate cascading faults. In the end, the network operator has to make a decision based on lots of different things. I've been looking at the cost reduction beforehand and lost load during the event. Often there are lots of other things that we need to look at, but which are like part of the project. And you can, in the end, use uncertainty, the probability provided by weather forecasts. You can use them to support the decision making. And yeah, in the future, to get AC. That's all I would just talk about today. Yeah.
Thanks very much. So we've got time for a couple of questions if there are any. Go here first.
Does the impact of the load shedding get worse in the island because obviously percentages load has to the types of loads that or is that captured in
So I mean, like if you look at the network, the whole network, the lost load goes down. I mean, I didn't really look at the percentage in each island. You have probably a higher risk that like islands flat out. But these are things. I mean, if you know that there's a customer that really needs like a power supply during an event, for example, the hospital or something, and you just need to form your islands in a way that this customer is an island that is not likely to black out. And these are just like additional constraints to put on the island solution, which I didn't include yet, but yeah, it's worth looking at. Does it answer your question?
Jan?
Again, Jan Schleich from Kassel University. So there was quite a lot of research activities about 10 years ago about preventive islanding and having PSRC. And I wrote about it. And most people concentrated on how to do it. Quite rightly, you pointed out the main question we have answered when to do it. So I would question your assumption that it was weather-related events which lead to cascading events. Because when the weather front comes on and does not stop transmission lines for power stations, I don't think it's the main reason historically for cascading events. Mostly just some transmission fault happening due to whatever reasons, and then it cascades without the network. And the second point which I'd like to make is that the key question, which is unresolved, and I haven't seen a paper about this, is when exactly to do it. When there is this point of no return, and your island system. And because if bad weather, the weather front is coming, you cannot just disconnect the network into bits because the cost will be quite significant. So if you know the methodology, how to do it, when is the point of no return, that there is no other way to prevent cascading event than to islands, I'll be very grateful for your pointer to the table. And just last point before I forget. As auction, the industry is aware of that, is afraid of islanding because of the probability of doing something when it was necessary historically has been shown to be higher than the probability of not doing it. And then it has happened. For example, this country would never have islanding event. Blackouts were due to generation failures, not transmission failures. So those kind of things are very, very, very rare in the transmission networks. And I think there was a scheme in France in the 90s, and then disbanded it because they came to the conclusion that the probability of acting wrongly and unnecessary was higher than the probability when we prevent something.
I mean, in the end, it's all about the cost. I mean, if your value of lost load is high, and I mean, I think that the value of lost load will also increase in the future because we become more and more dependent on it, then we need to look more and more at these kind of things to prevent it from happening. Do you agree?
But my question
question was, when exactly will you activate? What is the methodology? What is the point when you need to press direct back?
Well, I can't tell you that at the moment.
Keith, do you want to just...
Just to maybe follow on from the theme there, there are times when the time for the system operator, I think, I saw people arriving early, we've got to correct this, but in bad weather, you may actually operate the system in a more conservative manner. You may deliberately reduce the power transfers. So as an example that a colleague from Scottish Power was talking about, I think it was Christmas, year 2000 or something, reduced the transfer between Scotland and England to 0, just in case it did become islanded. So Scotland could then operate and England and Wales could then operate. So given that the system operator is already intervening, then that kind of supports Janish's point that the bit to worry about when they're not thinking that something's going to happen, and the difficulty about choosing when to do it, when not to do it, is that the probability of a cascade being initiated is still very, very low. So you're looking at, if it's a probability of this or that, it's small variations in a small number. So I guess it's a very difficult challenge.
But I mean, then in the future, I mean, if you have like more demand response capacity, you have like charging vehicles, you can like turn off. You have more distributed generation. So I think that actually just like the cost of doing this islanding will probably also go down in the future. I mean, there are islanding schemes in place, like in parts of the US, for example, where it has been implemented and it works. Plus, I mean, my main cascading mechanism here is like the overloading of other lines, which trips then these lines, obviously. But I mean, other things are prevented by cascade by islanding as well, like these coherency-based things, like when you have like generators running at different speeds. And these are things which are prevented by islanding as well, which I don't even look at, right? So I think there are even more benefits to it than just what's understood.
Okay, excellent. Sounds like plenty for everybody to be chatting about over posters and refreshments. So another thank you to Matthias. Our next speaker is Mustafa. So, like I mentioned before, we've got a little bit of extra time and things. We've got 15 minutes. The pointer's there, right? And if you'd like to introduce yourself to the group.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mustafa Nik. I'm working with the System Capability Group, Network Development, Function in National Grid ESO, and I'm leading the way for the year-round probabilistic planning of transmission network. That's we have started almost less than 2 years doing for planning the system environment. And the topic of today is the year-round probabilistic analysis and risk assessment that we are doing for the planning of the GV network. It's pushing to increase the competition for independent or for non-PO solution for network development. Or the term is non-build, or instead of building a new lines, what other solution we can have to secure the network. These kind of services, they have one advantage is that the national grid, they can procure this kind of services when they are needed. So it's not like a transmission line that's when it's there for all the time. So that's because when we need them, we need that when we need this kind of assistance, we need to do year-round. One of these kind of services is called intergrid. That's when we have a fault in the system, automatically some generation or other units being connected to maintain the security of the system. Just give you a big overview of the planning cycle in this national grid. So first there is the first the future scenario. This is the annual cycle. So each year national grid runs this process. So, and then the results of the future scenario are published in the first doing n minus 1 contingency, you are doing n minus 1 minus 1. Why? Because, for example, when there is a changeover or transformer on outage, it takes time to replace them or change them. So like when they are an outage, for example, for 6 months, there could be another contingency. And also we are doing n minus 1 minus 1 minus 1 because we could have a planned outages and at the same time transformer going out, take 6 months or a couple of weeks to be maintained, and then we can have another outage. So the number of contingency and scenarios we have here, a lot across the whole GE system, and also we have lots of scenarios. So traditionally we were doing it, we were assessing the security and safety practices against the wind traffic and all these contingencies that I explained. But as I mentioned, we need to do this technical assessment across the year and against the different scenarios, so that we need to assess a wider range of systems across the year, and also the second item, procure solution from wider pool of participants, not only from the POs, transmission owners, but also from other market participants and from the DSO solution, DNO solution, and commercial solutions. We have the pathfinding project for the commercial solution, and also for the holistic planning that you can get further information on the DSO website. And the last stage of this cycle is the network action assessment. So when we have the capability, so it's based on the boundary capability. When we assess the capability of a boundary, these are fed into the network action assessment. That's doing a cost-benefit analysis. So in simple terms, is the economic dispatch for a whole year, and the network constraints are modeled as a boundary capability, like we have multiple boundaries across the whole GV. It shows the capability of the system. Historically, this has been based on the one number, based on the linkage, but we are changing it for the year-round analysis. Here, this is the current practice that we have the boundary flow at peak season, and then we set this number to the network option assessment. And then we are moving to the future practice that we would like to do broader assessment of the need across all hours for all season and from wider pool of providers, DNO and commercial solutions. So we have two current activities. There is a one-time pathfinder project for holistic assessment that I'm talking about it. And the second one, we have the innovation project with that flatline, the script for developing tools to enable us to do year-round voltage assessments and then reactive requirements across the year for multiple scenarios. So what's the current methodology for the year-round holistic assessment? And then compare it to the single snapshot. For the single snapshot, at the peak hour, is the generation of this batch based on the SQSS. And then how we calculate the boundary capability when we have this dispatch for each boundary, we assume generation and demand and either side of the boundary until we reach the capability, and then this number will be fed into the NOAA network option assessment. This scaling of generation and demand is regardless of the scalability of the scenario, because when we scale, we could violate the much more demand minimum or much more generation of the units. So these are, but this is based on the current standard of skill set. But for the probabilistic, what we do, we dispatch the generation and demand based on the economic dispatch and expected weather product and availability. And then we assess the boundary capability of all these snapshots across the year, and also all the contingencies that I described. And then we do some statistical analysis to extract meaningful information and feed it to the network option assessment. So the flow chart chart of the current process for the probability that we collect all the information from test data, that is the background generation from the feasibility scenario. We will know how much of wind or solar capacity we will have in each particular year. And we have 10 years historical data of wind, solar, hydro, pumped storage, and also the generation of land outages that we model here. And also we have the estimation of the bid and offer for the future years and the interconnected flow between between UK and the continental Europe. So currently we do a market dispatch based on this information that was provided. So we do sampling from all this information and do the market dispatch to see the expected output background condition, and then we do power system analysis. The power system analysis is based on DC load flow, but we are developing tools to make it also for the AC load flow and AC OPF, and we get information like this chart that I will explain later. And what is the boundary for us? The boundary is that, for example, this dashed underlined, that's called ST3 Sarcos tree. So this is the boundary. So low across this line. For example, here when it is positive, it means that the flow is toward London. And normally, for the whole boundaries, when the flow is toward London, it's positive. And further in detail, so we use 10 years hourly historical data and then use multiple simulation to do the sampling. It's multivariate multi-color simulation to maintain the temporal correlation. And then we do a market dispatch that's the sorting out the generation output based on the cost. And then we have short-term marginal cost and then expected bid and offer. The plan outages of the generation units. We are doing some work to implement the outages of the expected outages of the circuit, and then minimum and the other constraints of the nuclear base load and the minimum and maximum generation. And we do quick constraint load flow for all the setup contingency that I explained in -1. We also have N-T, losing the downstream. So this is the whole process. Now I'm going to show you some of the study results. Based on this boundary that is ST3. ST3 is an interesting boundary because we have multiple interconnector. So we have a wind farm, nuclear unit, all these new resources. What we have done, so we for one season, we do 2,846 snapshots, and then analyze all these snapshots to see what would be the boundary capability here. So we have published this graph in this dataspace. So what does it show? It shows the expected boundary capability against different boundary flow. Here in the x-axis you can see the power transfer in the megawatt, and the y-axis you can see the expected frequency. The light blue one shows when the boundary transfer, when the power transfer is feasible. By feasible I mean that it doesn't violate any constraint for the base case and all the setup contingency. And the purple one shows when we have a violation for at least one secret or one contingency. So as we can see, we have the overlap of the acceptable and unacceptable power transfer that shows us choosing one single number is that doesn't represent well the boundary capability. And this 5,000 megawatt in the yellow bar shows the number that we get from the single snapshot And also, there might be some risk associated with the 5,000 number because there are snapshots below 5,000 that this scenario is not feasible. We have the violation of the constraint. And also for the negative side of the x-axis, we can see that we have the lower capability. This is for the export scenarios. When the power flow is going from UK to the continental Europe, we should be careful about this situation. Future. So by doing this analysis, we can assess and quantify the associated risk currently for the single snapshot number. But the ultimate plan is to improve the current practice of the single snapshot number and integrate this kind of analysis into the NOAA process. Yeah, I will show you why we might have, if it's the same power transfer, we might have one scenario PV1 and the other one is PV1. So here, the power transfer at 5,000, the number that we get from the SQSS methodology, here we can see the different range of outputs. For example, we have the 11 to 20% of the interconnector, and the more green means the more output from the unit. For example, when it is the darker green, it means that the generation unit at that region are dispatched from 70 to 80% capacity. But for the same power transfer, they are completely different dispatch that might happen. So now we have 31 to 40% interconnector, and then less power output from the nuclear that are dispatched. 21 to 30% because of the planned outages of nuclear units, or more wind in from the offshore wind. So for the same power transfer, we might have one feasible and we might get feasible or infeasible scenario. And so what's the way forward, and what are we planning to do is that this is the Pathfinder project, and Pathfinder in our national grid technology. It means that learning by doing this stuff. So we are developing our tools that enable us to do this analysis for the multiple number of scenario and various background conditions, and also we are exploring the way to integrate this process into the annual planning cycle. What are the upcoming updates for the tool? Is that, as you know, there are lots of power controllable devices in the network, like the QBs, phase shifter transformer, that we are implementing them to be optimized for each tool so that we don't miss their contribution to increase their boundary capability. And then for the next cycle of CSET also we are planning to give an update on the development of the new voltage assessment tool. And also we are planning to develop the tool to calculate dynamic boundary capability. That means we will have multiple numbers for different background conditions instead of only one number. And going forward, we are planning to have isolate physical study from economic study, so we can have a joint market and network analysis for doing network for planning the network, and also integration of this into the whole NOAA process. And in summary, so we have started doing probabilistic analysis to improve our view of the system weight across the year-round conditions. And this will help us to describe our system weight better to allow wider participants. theories. And the last point is that we are still developing the tool and methodology, and and you are welcome to give your input and also your idea and the way that you can improve this process or this technique. And then you can send us your idea and then your questions, your transmissions at nationalbso.com.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks. Really interesting presentation. So, forgive me if I misunderstood, but it seems that all the analysis is based on energy balance and the load flows. Do you envisage a situation in the future when other aspects might start driving planning, such as availability of ancillary services, perhaps, or ramping constraints, or forecast errors for weather-dependent renewables? Do you see those impacting planning in the future, or not so much?
Not so much, but partly so, because in the ramp rate might impact the requirements for the transfer capability.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't envisaged that, but we are planning to do the runoff requirement, because when we have the runoff requirement, it means that the output are limited because of runoff, not because of the capability of the network, but not for the ramp rate or stuff. So the things that we think currently is required to model runoff.
Thanks.
But if you can improve your model, understand that. The thing is the runoff.
There's another question.
Yeah. So while at Piano University already, we were showing the physical and physical scenario, meaning your Monte Carlo simulation. You try to apply some Monte Carlo filtering. So I mean, so to say, what ranges in the distribution of the input parameters were particularly responsible for the non-feasible scenario, and what parameters were responsible for those, and what interactions across these parameters may be the cause of this non-feasible scenario. If you try this statistical test.
Yes, we done loads of analysis on the background information that are causing at the same time to be feasible and infeasible, like the two maps that I showed you, because those are important for us. Yeah, so we are doing this kind of analysis to see which combinations might cause infeasible or feasible, and from those combinations, then we can have multiple boundary capabilities. For example, we can say for this combination we have this number, and for the other combination we have another capability.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mustafa. And can I invite anybody who has a poster to come down to the front? Because we're going to give each of you just a minute to pitch your posters to everybody. Don't have a list.
Let's just see if I'm getting it from the room or
picking
not.
up a lot more than it was before.
You had no keys?
I think it's worth just like doing it on a phone like we did before.
Oh, we did, and the sound wasn't really good. Okay.
Is this live now?
Yeah, I've just unmuted it, but it's quite big. Delay.
This is me at the front of the auditorium.
If anything, it might be too.
Sounds better.
It's not too much. Because we're in the red zone quite a lot.
You could turn it down a little bit. It's distorting a little bit when I talk. I just got myself saying that. Yeah, just let it.
I can adjust that so it's like when it's going.
Yeah, when everyone's quiet and someone's speaking, just make sure it's kind of around there.
Okay, I will find
80% up there.
Yeah. Down to the front. So this is Callum Edmonds. It goes, if you stand still, I'll attach it for you roughly. And then, I don't know if you want to get involved. How's that?
That feels quite strange.
Yeah, you might want to just poke that bit.
Right.
And then you're like Madonna.
Okay.
There you go.
So I'll try not shout now.
Yeah, is that alright? Does that make a difference for people at the back? Yeah? Perfect. Okay. And I will load this up here. Excellent. Over to you.
Okay, my name is Callum Evans. I'm a researcher here at the University of Strathclyde. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about low voltage flexibility dispatch forecasting for the use of aggregators and DSOs. So this is being done part of a EPSRC project called the Agile project, which looks at the aggregation of flexibility from distributed resources. Okay, so just a bit of background. So the motivation for this research is that distribution level flexibility markets, for anyone who isn't aware, are here and they are happening. And the DNOs around the country are procuring flexibility from distributed assets, often to defer network reinforcement, or is it an alternative to network reinforcement? So the big one that of interest to the project I'm on and to the work that I'm doing is this top one here, where we're looking at domestic flexibility being aggregated. So this was a first. Where we're actually, we're looking at using flexibility from domestic properties in the DSO markets, so providing services to higher up the voltage level. So the concern here, motivation here, is that if we're going to be increasing their use of low voltage assets, flexible assets such as electric vehicles as we must, and home batteries. Obviously, we've got increased risk of network constraints at low voltage, which will obviously need to coordinate it. But we need to know, from the aggregator's point of view, we need to know how likely these constraints are going to limit the flexibility that they can offer to the markets higher up the voltage level, so the DSO markets, or even TSO level markets. So the objectives for the part of the project I'm working on are to determine the probabilities of these constraints, and from that the probable flexibility that would need to be dispatched to relieve these constraints. And obviously this would affect the flexibility left for the aggregator to provide to other markets. So I'm going to be doing this on each of the three phases at low voltage, because there can be different effects on different phases. For a given day, for a typical summer's day, say a summer's weekend, and the aim is to move towards a forecasting capability. So unfortunately today I'm not going to be able to show you a forecasting capability because this project is still ongoing, but that is what we're aiming towards. So we're aiming to provide this for a range of representative feeders and larger networks. So obviously this will change depending on the penetration of your PV, your low carbon technologies. So the methodology, just in a nutshell, is as you'd expect: sample distributions. Currently, I've worked at univariate distributions for my PV output, electric vehicle, smart meter demand, and adding in heat pumps. So I'm layering all these onto essentially a blank network, and I'm looking using a network heuristic. So this is basically just running load flows and then calculating if there is problems with voltage and thermal constraints, using sensitivity analysis, working out how much the demands need to be turned down to relieve those constraints. Or in fact, generation needs to be turned down in the case of PV. So that's it in a nutshell.
So yeah, just a bit more detail on the heuristic model. As I said, I'm using OpenDSS. It's a 3-phase PowerFlow software, and I'm doing a first pass load flow of from the sample data. Is there a constraint? If not, that's fine. If so, how much do we need to adjust the demands to relieve the constraint, to bring the voltage within bounds and to bring the currents within the line rating limits? So to create a probability, or a time series probability, I'm starting off just with a seasonal probability, so for summer, and I've also got specific to weekend and weekday. So I'm sampling data for, say, a season's worth of days using the distributions that I showed in the last slide. And these are kernel density estimations, and there's one for each hour, so it'll be a unique distribution per hour, and one for each season. So the data that I've used to create these distributions is the London data store, which has got a lot of smart meter data. For a start, it's got tens of, maybe even over 100 smart meter data points for years worth of data. And there's less heat pump and PV data, but there's like 5 PV sites there that I've used to sample, and I think there's around about 9 heat pumps. So I'm overlaying them onto the network. So the only thing was, with the EV data was quite sparse, and was based on a trial with smaller EVs, so 3.4 kilowatt or 3 kilowatt chargers. So to sort of look at a future scenario where people have larger chargers, I used EV travel diaries from a colleague, James Dixon here at Strathclyde, where you could select a size of charger batteries to create like larger loads on the network, essentially. So just a brief point on the feeder that I'll talk about today. So as many of you, or some of you may be familiar with, there's multiple feeders available, example feeders from the LVNS project that was undertaken by UKPN and University of Manchester. So there's over 100 of those feeders. I'm just going to talk about one of those feeders today. Obviously, we would need to look at the representative range of these feeders. And one thing that's important is how the customers are balanced across the feeders from the modelling I'm doing, where I'm showing you here the 3 phases and of the same feeder. So we've got our around about 55 customers, 21 of them on phase 1, 19 on phase 2, and 15 on phase 3. So just as in this snapshot, for example, you're seeing that phase 2 we've got a voltage problem, and actually phase 1 and 2 we've got a high voltage problem. If we look at 1.1 per unit being the upper limit on how we want to operate the low voltage network, whereas phase 3 we're still within the bounds. So you can see we can see differences between the phases. So this is an example of preliminary results. This is a worst case scenario here where I'm assuming 100% penetration of PV, EV, and that's uncoordinated EV, which is a worst case, and also heat pumps. So this is what I'm aiming to generate as a probabilistic output for a day. So see, as you'd expect here, we've got in the midday, around about the midday, we're requiring PV to be turned down. So as a negative demand, you're looking to increase that demand. Obviously, if you could increase demand, that would have the same effect at that point in the day. So you've got 2 lines there. You've got your P50, your 50th percentile, and your 95th percentile. So you can see, depending on how cautious you want to be, if you want to have enough flexibility, say in reserve for the P95 for the worst case, you're looking at having to potentially significantly reduce your peak demand due to the EV and the heat pumps. Although actually this is summer, so it's just EV mainly. So another thing I just want to focus on is, again, it's what I touched on about this difference between the phases. So your probabilities will be different between phases. If you were wanting to provide information at that level, you would have a different effect from adjustments on different phases. So if you look at phase 3 here, you're seeing that there's less requirement for downward flexibility in the evening, and less. So your P50s are smaller, and as are your P95s, the difference you need to make, because on phase 3 there's less customers, less voltage issues and thermal use. So this can be extended further to even going down to the individual customers. So just in case I wasn't clear, when I talk about an agent, I'm just meaning a customer. I'm just talking about someone with an EV or some flexibility. So looking at the different phases here, you can see how, again, looking at phase 3, there's less turn up. So I've divided up turn up between sort of level 1 and level 2, and the same for turn down. And on phase 3, you're seeing less need for adjustments compared to phase 1 and phase 2. So this is an example of information that could be passed from the DSO to the aggregator for informing them on how they should dispatch, assuming they're in control of the agents. So, just some conclusions from the work so far. As you saw there, in the worst case scenario for that test feeder that I've shown you, we're seeing very likely we're going to need flexible adjustments required to keep the low voltage networks within limits. And this obviously will limit that flexibility for the aggregator to be providing elsewhere. So we're also seeing a difference between phases, as I discussed. So this is early stage research at the moment. I'm looking to move from this general seasonal probability that I showed you, aiming towards a more accurate a more refined forecast. You don't want to be so conservative using that P95 value all the time if we can bring that to a tighter, more accurate estimate. So I've also just shown you the results of one feeder. This effect varies quite a lot between the feeders on the over 100 feeders available, depending on how many customers there are and the balance of the customers between the phases. And there's a larger part of this work is how this information is passed to the aggregator and the feedback effect between how if you pass those constraints, that probability of adjustments to the aggregator, they will use that as part of their optimization to hedge how much will be required by the DSO, how much is left for the TSO, and that will have an effect on the probabilities of congestion. So that feedback loop needs to be captured. So that's all I've got to talk about today. If anyone's got any questions.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So, Matt, do you want to...
Hi, Matthew Deacon, Newcastle University. Thanks for your presentation, very interesting. One of the things which I've done some work on is that the low voltage networks from Manchester, although there's 100 individual feeders, each of those feeders is assigned to a secondary substation.
Yeah.
So if you have flexibility between those feeders, then surely you ought to be modelling that secondary substation with all of those feeders together. I don't know if you've thought about that.
Oh, definitely, yes. I've been trying to do that as well. Yes, I think I did have that on my future work, but I think I mentioned it earlier. I would say that I will be considering larger networks and secondary substations. Yeah, absolutely, because they would be essentially competing with, or providing. They would be choosing for flexibility potentially between anyone in that secondary network. Yes, because the constraint may well be just the secondary substation.
Yeah, Keith.
Yeah, thanks. Callum, do you get a sense from some of these scenarios of uptake of EVs and heat pumps, the extent to which voltage on the low voltage network is really the constraining factor? And if you've got alternatives to fiddling around with the demand or with the generation to be able to manage those voltage constraints?
Yeah, that's a good question, Keith. I am collecting that data on what the main cause of the constraint is, whether it's thermal and voltage. I can't tell you right now which is the predominant factor, aside from looking at the screen and seeing it says low voltage every now and again. But I could easily collect that data and come back to you to report what was the main cause. And I understand there will be alternatives to adjusting demand for managing voltage. I doubt I will get time to look at that, but I guess it should be considered, yeah. Do you want to expand on what other options you think?
Well, I wonder how much there could be adjustment of the target voltage at the primary substation.
Yeah.
You know, by lowering the voltage at that point, you kind of lower the voltage at the end point. You know, if it's a high voltage condition, or the contrary, when you've got a low voltage constraint, lift the voltage at the primary.
Yeah.
Of course, then you've got, you know, that point over here, that's going to have different effects across the network. So you've got to understand, you know, at the same time as you're kind of trying to raise the lowest voltage, you might, in another part of the network, have to potentially, depending on what's going on, get up to the upper limit.
Yeah.
So anyway, you need to understand the effects across the network.
Yeah.
That one primary is going to have effects across a number of figures.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Three phases, of course, as well, yeah.
Another thing that I start looking at and I want to pursue a bit more is the power factor of the PV generation, because I do think the upper voltage is definitely the major problem with the PV constraint. So I was looking at two ways of modelling the PV, one with the unity power factor and one where you might consider where they control to a different power factor along with the load, you know. So that I was seeing that was having less issues in terms of high voltage if I was to control to yeah.
All right, brilliant. We'll call it to a close there so that we can, but obviously plenty of time for you guys to talk. Thank you very much, and if I can get my next speaker down as well. So I'll just swap this over. Excellent. So it goes like around your head that way. I don't know. Yeah. It should be alright if you can kind of get it to, I don't know if you, those bits should kind of clip over the top of you.
Yeah.
Okay, close enough. Will do. Hopefully it works. Okay, brilliant. Over to you. You've got the little clicker there if you need it as well.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vaishali Bhardwaj. I'm a PhD student at KU Leuven in Belgium. And today I will be talking a bit about security constrained optimal power flow models for AC/DC grids. So basically I would just start with a short motivation and talk a bit about the different models that have been implemented. So the purely preventive security constrained optimal power flow model for AC/DC systems.
You've lost the connection.
Sorry.
It's all right. Does it tuck over your ears?
Yep.
So I think the little hook bit. Yeah, does that go over? There you go. That might be closer. Cool.
Okay.
Sorry.
So hopefully, okay, now it should work. So just starting with a short motivation and then talk about the different models that have been implemented. And then a bit about the current work which is going on, which is extension to a multi-period model, and of course the future work planned in this regard. So as we know, the current reliability management is based on the N-1 criterion in power systems. However, this does not capture the actual likelihood of each of the different contingency scenarios. And this might sometimes lead to situations in system operation where we are going for higher risk or higher costs by the operator. So at the same time, we also have a lot of other factors such as increased penetration of the renewable energy resources, moving towards smarter grids, and intra-day markets and much more finer aspects of the markets. So there is definitely increasing uncertainties in the system. So this kind of equal probabilities for all the contingencies and a static list of contingencies is not very optimal anymore. And we need to move towards probabilistic reliability criteria. Out of the two current approaches for power system security, we have the preventive security approach and the preventive corrective security approach. So while in preventive security approach, basically there is the option for the operator to take measures before the actual operation in the system, so that in the event of a contingency, the system remains secure. Preventive corrective security, on the other hand, basically involves a combination of some preventive measures taken before the actual operation, as well as some fast corrective measures that could be activated in case the contingency actually occurs in the system, and together they ensure that the system returns back to a secure operational state. So definitely there is an opportunity for trade-off between the costs the operator has to take and the system risk if you go for preventive corrective security. But a quantitative assessment of the cost and the risk is important in this case. With the planned development of HVDC grids, it is expected that the exchange between the AC and the DC systems would be fully controllable. So the flexibility from these AC-DC converters in such a meshed AC-DC system could be utilized in the form of preventive measures in the reliability management. As the time constants of the converters are much smaller and they act much faster, they could be also utilized as fast corrective measures. So, and these measures could be more economical than going for a general generator redispatch or load shedding in the normal case. So definitely the inclusion of HVDC in this whole framework of reliable operation needs to be investigated. With this motivation, I just would like to talk about the different security constraint optimal power flow models that have been implemented. The first one being a purely preventive model. And if you see here, of course, the objective is to minimize the total costs or preventive costs that have to be borne by the operator. The decision variables in this model basically include the redispatches coming from the generator active power, as well as the AC side active power redispatch of the AC-DC converters. So basically, we're starting from a reference case scenario, and then looking at what is the preventive redispatch needed from these contributing devices. Another model which we talked about is the preventive corrective AC-DC SCOP model. And here the objective is to minimize the total risk of operation, where it is a combination of the preventive actions cost as well as a corrective risk, which is basically taking into account the probabilities of the different contingencies times the corrective redispatch cost in this case. So basically, again, we start with the reference scenario here, and then we have a preventive dispatch stage just before the contingency, so basically something which the operator would take before actual operation. And then for each of the different contingency scenarios, based on their probabilities, there is a corrective redispatch, which is coming from the generators, the AC-DC converters, and if needed, load shedding. So basically these are my decision variables, which is having the redispatch from generators and converters in the preventive stage. And again, if needed, corrective actions from the generators, converters, and load. These models basically, of course, have the constraints, the optimization model constraints, and in this case, all the equality constraints basically relate to the system equations in terms of the power flows and the nodal balances for the AC system as well as for the DC system. And the inequality constraints focus on the limits or the which have to be adhered to for the generators, the converters, branches, as well as the buses, which include AC and DC buses both. So these models have been implemented using the Julia JUMP platform, and it has taken the features from existing optimization toolbox, which is powermodels.jl, and using also some features of the extension packages, which are looking at the optimal power flow for a full AC-DC system, as well as looking on the reliability aspects. These are just to get some analysis which has been done. So this was, these models were tested for a 67 AC bus system with, of course, meshing coming from the DC side, including 9 DC buses. And in this case, there were 13 critical contingencies that were realized for this kind of a system. The first analysis was to see the impact of the contingency probabilities on the preventive corrective redispatch model. So basically, it was seen, in this case, it is to be seen that the corrective actions cost was taken to be 10 times costlier for the generators as well as the converters as compared to taking the same action preventively. So it was seen that while at lower probability values, there is a specific total risk, and there is a tendency to go for more corrective actions. But with increasing probabilities of the contingencies, it becomes necessary to go for some preventive actions. The probabilities here are not very representative of realistic probabilities in the system, but this was just to show how this model could be utilized for a real test case to really see the balance going between the cost of measures and the risk. Another analysis was to get a comparison of the purely preventive and the preventive corrective models. So the same system was chosen, and for this a single contingency, a line contingency with probability was considered. And it was seen that if we go for the full preventive corrective AC/DC security constraint optimal power flow, and the converters are participating in both preventive as well as corrective stages, then we have a particular risk value. And basically it's going for more corrective actions. But if we now assume that the converters don't participate in the corrective stage, then there is a higher risk, and now there is a need to go for some kind of preventive measures as well. Also, the participation from the generators in the corrective stages is increasing. And if we go for the same analysis but with a purely preventive model, then of course we have only the cost of preventive measures, and of course having their contribution from both generators and converters. But this highlighted how the flexibility from the AC/DC converters could be utilized to basically go for such kind of decisions between the measures, cost, and the impending system risk. Extending these models right now, we're working on basically trying to include an intermediate stage after each of the contingency scenarios, and this is to just see the impact of the fast corrective actions of the converters, which act much faster than the other equipment in the system. And basically, so after each of the contingencies, looking at the converters and the automatic droop response from the generators acting up much faster, so the red stage, whereas the slower redispatch of the generators or load shedding coming up later. So this is being now tested to see what would be the impact on the resulting costs and the risk. And the next focus is to, because the previous analysis was basically still doing a decision at one time instant for the system. So the next focus is to use this multi-stage model over different time periods so as to take a decision at this point of time while looking at the future states of the system. And here we also have the possibility to include a different state of the system, maybe because of the renewables or a different kind of other uncertainties which might be taken into account. So basically this is the future work, analyzing this multi-period model for different test cases and seeing what is the difference in the decision if we go for just a single instant or a multi-time period analysis. So for this I would like to thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So we've got time for a couple of questions, if there's any. So I'd like to just ask one question from there. So I think in your results you showed there's quite a lot of sensitivity to the probability. And I think we've had a bit of discussion around here already about how hard it is perhaps to accurately assign probabilities to some of these kinds of events.
Yeah.
So how do you square those two things together when your results are so sensitive to things which we're not confident about the numbers for?
Yeah, that is also one of my futuristic work that I would like to go for, really assessing. I think there's a model which is also used at the Kanpur project to assess probabilities of different contingencies in the system and really assessing it from a model, and not really, because in this case I used very arbitrary values and just to see the effects. Yes, it would be very sensitive to probabilities, and I think I still need to investigate if there could be other ways of really coming at those numbers.
Okay. Because I think you said one of the issues with n-1 is it thinks every single contingency is as equally likely or whatever. But that's also kind of one of the benefits, because it then means it doesn't care what the probability of any individual contingency is.
Yeah, but then now, because we always, there are so many different stakeholders in the power system, and the system operation is getting much more dynamic. So it's also needed and we also want to operate the system as much as close to the limits to have like an optimal. So yeah, that's why if we take into account the probabilities, it will also give an indication of which contingency to really take an action for and which not, and by how much basically.
Okay. Keith, did you still want to jump in? Yeah.
Get my question in for this presentation. Thank you very much.
One for each presentation, Keith. That was the agreement.
Even a harder problem. Robin was just saying how hard it is. That makes it even harder. I ask you whether you think it's possible or necessary not just to take into account for the corrective bits the probability of the contingency, but the probability of the corrective action failing.
Yeah, that is also one of the factors for uncertainty, that would the designated corrective action take place or not, or with what certainty it would. Yes, that also needs to be seen how much it would impact this.
Well, I suppose you can start to evaluate that when you come onto the time dependency in a fast action side. Because if you're depending on a fast corrective action, you kind of, that's inherently a bit more risky, isn't it, than doing the preventive equivalent action. You know you've taken the preventive action. You're just hoping that corrective action takes place when it's needed.
That's true. Yes, that is also a source of uncertainty we should need to explore. Yeah.
Good. Lots more work for us then. Oh yeah, one last question and then we'll move on to the next.
Yeah, it's Jonathan. I'm a PhD researcher at Strathclyde. Very nice presentation. I wondered why there is where the ratio of 10 came from for the costs for preventative versus corrective actions. If you might just explain that. I actually have a second question, which is quite quick, hopefully. The fact that you and your colleagues are using Julia programming.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Okay, so for the number 10, it was an arbitrary choice. The basic factor here was to just see that mostly the corrective measures are costlier, and that's why I just took a ratio of 10. That the corrective measures, which would be taken later, would be costlier than taking a measure now.
Why? Sorry, I'm not quite understanding. Why is it costly?
Because so if I already know, for example, if I'm doing a day ahead, if I already know for tomorrow, I can still take some actions right now, and then there would be a different cost attached to it. But if I would do it later, then there are lesser options, or it will be more costlier to go for changing of the set points of the generator, for example.
It's like selling umbrellas in the rain, kind of thing. The generators can charge more because they know that when it's needed at short notice.
And for Julia, well, I think also with security constraint optimal power flow models, there are really large problems to solve, especially if you go for like a nonlinear formulation of the whole problem. So one of the aspects is in terms of the speed of solving such a problem. And also one good feature which has been experienced is that you can decouple how you formulate the equations from the problem you're trying to solve. So the same problem I could, and everything is available open source, so the same problem I could go and solve with a full nonlinear scale formulation or a linearized version. Basically try to benchmark or compare the results.
Brilliant. I think lots more time to talk about Julia outside. Well, I don't do anything to do with OPF, but as far as I can tell, Julia is definitely what most people seem to be shifting over to using these days. So it seems to be lots of people taking that up. Mm-hmm. So big thank you. And thank you for persevering with the microphone. And if I could get my last speaker, I think is Malcolm. Yeah. And obviously I've let time slip, but that's fine because it's only your lunch, so you're incentivized perfectly. So that way around, look over your ears. That way. Just slide down to a pocket. Okay. Yeah, should be good. Perfect. That'll be fun.
Okay. All right. Let's test to be sure. Okay, good. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Malvin Goodrich. I am from the University of London, Queen Mary campus. And I'd like to discuss today mitigating failures in power grids using battery energy storage systems. Now, this is a long-run project, and our phase 1 results, which I'd like to present today, focuses on the distribution of cascade sizes in power system emergency responses. Well, what exactly are we trying to do currently? Well, we are attempting to model a network with high penetrations of DG in equilibrium in the initial moments of the simulation. To this network, we're going to apply power disturbances. Well, what do we mean by power disturbances? Well, a power disturbance refers to a change or a random change in the power injections at each generator of the node in the network. Now, this may be due, since it's a network with high DG penetration, this may be due to unexpected weather phenomena. These may induce multiple disturbances across the network. As a result, the injection at each generator is given by its initial power injection, denoted here by K0, along with a random variable representing the power disturbance, denoted here by U. Now, given that we're modeling multiple disturbances across the network, this will lead to transient behavior and frequency dynamics. Well, how do we measure that? We will use the third-order model of the generator, along with models for the governors at each generator. Now, of particular interest is the relationship between disturbances at different locations in the node. Now, weather systems, whether that be a sudden gust of wind, whether that be unexpected cloudy weather, will affect large areas of a country and therefore large areas of the grid. In networks with high DG penetration, this will result in correlated disturbances at multiple nodes in the network. This is what we're interested in measuring. So how do we measure these disturbances? Well, they're modeled with a Gaussian distribution, zero mean, and it's a very interesting covariance matrix. We've parameterized our covariance matrix by sigma and alpha, where sigma squared, it will be found on the diagonal, just the variance. And this is going to control the rareness of large magnitude disturbances at each node. The off diagonal will be given by alpha, given by alpha sigma squared, where alpha is the correlation parameter. And alpha of 0 will give us fully independent disturbances at each node. They're completely uncorrelated. Versus an alpha of 1, the other extreme, where we have perfectly correlated disturbances occurring at every node in the network. The plot here shows the impact of the changing distributions given different covariance matrices. What we're interested in is, if you look at the green plot, we're seeing that when we have a correlation of here alpha of 0.8, you're seeing that there's a higher density of these extreme events as compared to when these are assumed to be uncorrelated in the red density. Okay. So which networks are we using? Well, a review of the literature indicated that to understand the impact of power disturbances on network stability, we need to take network connectivity into account. As a result, we've chosen two stylized networks on the opposite extremes of connectivity. First, a fully connected, dense network, and on the other extreme, a very sparse ring network. Each network consists of n generating nodes, which are a mixture of modeled as a mixture of conventional generation, low inertia, renewable generation, and loads. And these are modeled with equivalent generators. Furthermore, each node consists of one purely load node. We've run models with multiple load nodes, and the results were roughly the same. So for simplicity, we will present the case with one load node. Furthermore, to reduce the effects of confounding variables and network effects, we have a symmetry within the networks. All line parameters and the injections at each generator are maintained to be equal. So, what do I mean by a cascade of power system emergency responses? That was in the title. Okay, so we already agreed, I already stated, that we're applying power disturbances to every node, to every generator in the network. We also know that this will lead to transient behavior in the frequency. For certain power disturbances, you may have either sufficiently large deviations from equilibrium frequency or sufficiently rapid deviations from equilibrium frequency that most networks employ protection schemes to protect sensitive equipment, like generators and other such equipment. We model the following protection systems: rate of change of frequency protection for the generators, over frequency generation shedding, and under frequency load shedding. Now, we posit that in the case of certain disturbances, they may trigger these protection systems. And any activation of any of these protection systems we refer to as a power system emergency response. So therefore, some power disturbances will lead to power system emergency responses. Now, those responses may either be insufficient to correct the initial power disturbance, or because they're acting independently, exacerbate frequency deviations. In either case, what we may see is multiple power system emergency responses occurring in a cascading fashion. Now, we are using the term cascade loosely, but we are defining our cascade size to be the total number of power system emergency response activations following a power disturbance. Now, we are also going to include single point activations because these are critical in understanding how correlations in these power disturbances will affect network stability. So what are our results? So at this stage, we were able to plot for both the fully connected network and the ring network for one histograms of the cascade sizes, the number of emergency responses, right, for both of these networks for different values of alpha, the correlation parameter, where the correlation parameter is increasing, blue, red, and yellow. Well, what are some of the key observations? Well, first, for the fully connected network, we're seeing that the cascade size, again, the number of emergency responses, is strongly bimodal. Either there are very few activations or a large number of activations in the network. This specific type of bimodality isn't noted in the ring network. So this underscores what we found in literature, that connectivity changes the relationship that we see between the correlation and the average cascades, and the distribution of cascade sizes. A more interesting note would be if you look at the mode that occur at single point activations, you'll see that this is driven by the correlation between disturbances in both networks. So again, as alpha moves from blue to red to yellow, increasing, the frequency at single point activation is also increasing, and it is especially noted in the fully connected network. Now, figure 2 plots the average cascade size for each simulation versus the different alpha values. Again, alpha being the correlation parameter. So in each of these cases, we would have run Monte Carlo simulations, and we would have sampled disturbances and calculated the cascade size coming from each, and then calculated the average. Now, what interesting relationships do we see here? Well, for the fully connected network, we're seeing that there is a distinct noted negative relationship between correlations in different power disturbances and the average cascade size. And that's a little counterintuitive. In the ring network, there's almost no relationship between correlations in different power disturbances and the average cascade size. Secondly, each of these plots were made for different values of the variance. And remember, we said the variance was controlling how rare large disturbances would be. We can extend that to say the variance controls how rare an emergency response would be. And we're seeing that the shape of the distribution is also dependent upon the rareness of emergency activations. More specifically, in the fully connected network, as emergency activations become more rare, or for smaller values of the variance, the negative relationship becomes more defined. So, the relationship between correlation and cascade size depends on the rareness of emergency system responses. So these were some interesting results. How do we interpret them? Well, we think there are three paradigms on which we can interpret these results. Firstly, connectivity. So the question, well, when does the average cascade size decrease with alpha in the fully connected networks? Well, let us consider for a second what happens within a network as the correlation between disturbances increases. They become more similar, they become more homogeneous. Therefore, a single emergency response acting in opposition to these multiple correlated disturbances may be sufficient to counter the initial disturbances. As the correlation between disturbances become more uniform, and therefore they become more homogeneous, we think that single point activations in a highly connected network will have the ability to act globally to respond to these correlated disturbances. Well, how does connectivity play a part? Well, we can contrast those results with that of the ring network. In the ring network, there's very little relationship between alpha and the average cascade size. Well, why is that occurring? Well, we posit that that could be occurring due to the sparse connectivity within the ring network. Thus, disturbances at each node and emergency correction actions at each node only have local influence. And as a result, changes in global correlation between disturbances will have very little impact, hence the weak relationship. The fully connected network also exhibited greater signs of resilience than the ring network. It took disturbances with far larger variances in the fully connected network to generate the same proportion of failures that we saw in the ring network. And finally, what about rareness? Why is it that changes in the variance affect the shape of the distribution of the cascade sizes? Well, this follows from large deviation theory, which posits that as an event becomes more rare, how it occurs fundamentally changes. So therefore, as the variance became smaller, the emergency responses became more rare, so the statistical pattern of the distributions of the disturbances that cause the emergency responses would also fundamentally change. So this seems to follow the expected mathematical theory. So what do we intend to do with this framework? Well, now that we have this framework, we intend to show how we can use battery storage systems to counteract any negative possible events coming from correlations of disturbances in high DG penetrated networks. However, simple Monte Carlo simulations, we think, do not suffice. Even currently, we do not think they suffice, as they are undersampling very large but very rare disturbances. We therefore plan to employ more sophisticated sampling techniques, known as the skipping sampler. It is a family of Monte Carlo Markov chain MCMC sampling techniques specifically designed for rare event sampling. In combination, we intend to use a sophisticated battery model along with our more sophisticated rare event sampling technique to propose optimal BSS designs for low inertia, renewably based power grids. Thank you so much. And I open the floor for any questions or suggestions for my research.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So we've got time for some questions before we go to lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for the talk. Very nice. Can you go back a few slides to the histograms you had with the blue, orange, and red? It was quite, yeah, so I see that for the yellow.
Pardon me?
For the yellow or the kind of orange bar.
Yeah, so
both the left and right kind of peaks are higher.
Correct.
Are these, I think I might have misunderstood the plots.
these are normalized or no? How could it be that feels like the total bar height in the orange case is higher than in for the blue? If this is a histogram, surely the integral of the sum of the bar height would be 1.
So what happens, sorry, I should have specified this. We've omitted, so this is the raw histogram, and what we've omitted is 0. So this starts at 1, but for because these are very rare events, plotting 0 will just minimize the effect of all of these. So we've just simply omitted 1, but we've not done any conditioning. So this is still, understood?
Yeah, so then the bars for the...
So the bars for 0 are really high. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, good. You're welcome, sir. So, sorry.
No, go for it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting talk. Thank you very much. Very nicely presented. So, the kind of failure phenomena that you're looking at, going back to your basic model, is sort of if you have a very high rate of change of frequency,
correct,
or you have generators kind of getting an over frequency,
or under frequency.
Or what was the other? There was another one.
Under frequency load shedding.
Or under frequency load shedding. Right. Okay. So it's looking at basically system frequency.
Correct.
And but then because you've got a network in there, you can see that kind of locally the rock off can be different from one place from another.
Correct.
All that kind of thing. That's how you end up getting. But you haven't got, say, network overload effects in there.
Not yet.
Or okay, so that's part of your future work to build those.
Exactly. So another part of our future work will be to include a wide variety of failures that could occur. I was even having some conversation with one of the academics here today, and he would have suggested that we could also employ voltage. And we could look at voltage failures for the generators as well. We could also look at other forms of failure, such as the removal of lines as well. But for right now, the preliminary stages, we're just looking at frequency. Right? But your suggestions are duly noted, and I will be taken into consideration.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant. So what I'm going to suggest, if there's nothing else, is that we thank all the speakers we've had again. And hopefully you should find lunch around the corner where all the refreshments were being served before. So we'll start back here again at 1:45. So grab some food and more chance to talk to everybody and look at the posters again. who's going to be talking about risk communication in the 21st century. So I'll bring up.
That'd be great. Is this mic working?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Brilliant. You're all set, and there's this.
The clicker
left.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So the floor's yours.
Thank you. I want to thank Jeffrey and Robert for inviting me here today. It's nice to be back in Glasgow. It's even sunny outside. I must say that I do think the fish completely out of water. I was over here in conversation that Keith had before lunch. I didn't understand a word what he was talking about. So I really hope you find this talk of interest. I'm a Swede by background, but I grew up in the United States, in Los Angeles to be exact, and I therefore have a sing-songy American accented English, and Robin, I can speak very fast. And you slow me down if I speak too fast, because I'm absolutely obsessed with this topic of risk communication. I've been a chair of risk management at King's College London since 2002. I also hold adjunct chairs at Carnegie Mellon University, as well as the University of Gothenburg. I've been interested in energy policy on and off for many years. Did my undergraduate dissertation on public perceptions to nuclear power in Sweden, Finland, and Germany right after Chernobyl. That shows you how old I am. Did my PhD on Swedish energy policy in the early 1990s. And since then, I advised the EDF, Vattenfall, E.ON, Swedish government, Dutch government on energy risk communication related issues. So completely different from what you guys are doing, my friends. So it's a bold decision from Jethro and Robin to invite me here today. This work, okay? So today I'm going to provide definition of risk perception and communication and put it into context of examples, including Corona. And there I want you to think about it, but I'm going to ask you in the middle of my talk, what do you think how the government's handling Corona? I'll take 5 or 6 hands. Discuss why risk communication is important, and then relate this to the broader energy sector as a whole. So, start us off. Risk perception. It's a very boring slides, aren't they? I can't make good, sexy PowerPoints like you engineers can. I'm very boring, but I hope my talk is still interesting. So the first issue is the importance of heuristics and biases. What happens here that people take mental shortcuts. Basically, when I make fast decisions, people overall basically drop on the floor. People knew this was going to happen. It always does happen. People basically make fast decisions and are a bit lazy. A typical example is the anchoring effect. If I ask you, was Gandhi older than 80 years of age when he died? You will think, 80. He was a scrawny man who walked across the Indian subcontinent, and he probably was a complete vegetarian, so a very healthy diet, probably didn't drink anything. Yeah, I'd probably say around 90, right? If, however, I asked you, was Gandhi over the age of 20, you can think, hang on, India has all kinds of problems. The food is contaminated, the water is contaminated. Maybe he died at age 25, just because I put that number in. So another case in point to make related to your area is BP, Deepwater Horizon, okay? What did they say initially when you had that blow up? They said basically, we think there's no oil is leaking in the ground, 0. So their basically anchor was what? It was 0, right? All of a sudden, the next day they said, well, maybe it was 1,000 barrels a day, or 5,000 barrels a day. End of the day, as we know, it was 65,000 barrels a day. BP had a fundamental bad risk communication strategy, but their initial anchor, my friends, was 0. And that basically complicated matters profusely. The next one is a simplifying heuristic. And this is basically a quote from Daniel Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow. Before I go on, has anybody read that book? Wow! I like that. Engineers are reading psychology. Isn't it a good book?
Very good.
We love that book. This is a quote from the Kahneman's book. If you haven't read it, talk to Keith about it. It's excellent. And basically, if I ask, so George was shy and withdrawn and had a passionate obsession with detail. He's based in America. Is George, you think, a farmer or a librarian? Most of you will say basically he is librarian. Basically, he's a very big guy. He's passionate, details, shy and withdrawn. The guy's a wimp. But in actual fact, as you guys know, you read Kahneman's book, of course, as a farmer, there are 20 times more farmers than librarians in the United States. The next one is availability heuristic. We all make decisions are influenced by the media. And I give a talk on average once a week somewhere in Europe or North America. And more recently, when I give talks, for example, especially in Germany, I get shocked by the questions. Why is the murder rate so high in Sweden? Why are you guys killing each other? And you know what? I said, what are you talking about? The murder rate in Sweden is low. It's not that high at all. It's much worse in the United States, of course, than elsewhere, and higher in Germany as well. And it turns out what? That these Germans are obsessed with what? Scandinavian crime. They've been reading basically, Mankel's books and Stieg Larsson, all these books. And therefore they think, because of fiction, my friend, true fiction, they think that the Swedish crime rate is off the roof, off the charts. Insane. Availability for this. And then you're understanding base rates. Of course, big samples are much better than small samples. And in many cases, journalists don't get that, but I'm sure you engineers all do. And also, we have hindsight bias. Knew it all along effect is basically done by Bruruk Fischoff. He was a student of Kahneman as well as Tversky. And it's happening right now in the coronavirus. You're asking people who are experts on this, what's going to happen next? They said, and they were spoke, are we going to go basically Italy? Or are we going to go to Singapore, right? Singapore's under control, Italy is completely not under control. And after the fact, though, experts will say, well, I knew it all along. We were going to go to Singapore. But in actual fact, as we know in this room, we simply don't know right now, are we doing Italy or Singapore? Right, next slide. So the work of Kahneman and Tversky influenced others, with Bruruk Fischoff, Paul Slovic, and Sarah Lichtenstein. And people view risks differently. One issue, for example, is the whole issue of natural technological hazards. Natural hazards, my friends, are seen to be an act of God. Technological hazards are seen to be an act of humans. We worry much more about tech hazards than natural ones. I'll give you an example. So basically, when I was doing my PhD at Clark University, is a liberal arts place outside Boston, Massachusetts. It's a private university. And we had undergraduates. I'm a teaching assistant. And we had these undergraduate students saying during hurricane season, Ragnar, I'm going to cut your class tomorrow. And I said, why? Well, it's a hurricane coming into the Keys, man, Keys. And I said, well, yeah. Well, that means, we're going to go down. We're going to fly down. And they could afford to do that, unless, students at King's or Harris Strathclyde, I assume. So I said, why? We're going to have a hurricane party. I said, a hurricane party? Ragnar, you just trust us, it's going to be fun. So they go down to the Florida Keys, they stay basically in the studio, their condo, they stay there for 3 days, they board the windows, they buy copious amounts of rum, and get completely blind drunk, and they go outside and feel the wind in their hair. And they come back and say, Ragnar, you cannot believe how awesome, American term, how awesome this was actually, feeling the force of nature hitting your face, right? As a hurricane party. So at the same time, basically, what do you think happened in 3 Mile Island, 1979, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, when they said, we've had an INUS 2 incident here in Harrisburg at the TMI plant, and we suggest that all pregnant women within a radius of 15 miles should evacuate. What do you think happened? You had blind panic, chaos. Everyone tried to evacuate, which meant that no one could because the doors were blocked. The next one is basically not voluntary, involuntary risk. We worry about involuntary risk 1,000 times more than voluntary. It is a huge difference. Voluntary risks, for example, skiing. How many of you are skiers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bit. So what do you guys go skiing for? Fun? Think it's risky?
A bit.
A bit? So I'm going to ask the class, so you can call it class, I shouldn't call you class, the seminar, the group. So what do you think are the risks of skiing if you're a non-Swiss and you're skiing in Zermatt, Switzerland for 10 days or less per year? What's the risk of ending up in the hospital for torn ACL, broken shoulder, broken leg? What do you guys think? Give me some numbers. Just guess, percentage-wise.
1%.
1%, thank you. Next?
Yeah, I'd say 150, 2%.
2%? Anybody else? You guys are good,
One
bud.
in 10,000.
1 in 10,000? You guys are good. Anybody else? Final one. Okay, so basically, so what happened to me, this is now Ragnar's story, so I was basically in Zermatt, Switzerland, and I was skiing down a very simple blue run, and my right binding release. By the way, if you go skiing now, buy your own kit. Buy your own boots and own skis. I didn't do that. Big mistake. Hindsight bias. And what happened basically was I was going down a simple blue run, and the binding release, and I put my 103 kilos, I'm a big guy, on my right leg, and I broke it in 4 places. I absolutely screamed. I went through childbirth by being a guy. I mean, it was insane. And taken with no, like he said, Ragnar, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure you're right, by the way. I'm very inexperienced in that. And basically what happened then, so they took me off the mountain and they took me in a blood wagon. I went to the local hospital called Visp near Zermatt, and I didn't have a computer with me. All I had was basically a phone. And you know, we academics, as you all know, we get bored really quickly if you're not stimulated intellectually, especially if you're not on skiing anymore. So what I did then, and I speak German, so I spoke to the doctor and the Putzfrau and the nurses. I spoke to everybody who wanted to listen to Ragnar. What are the risks of skiing and ending up in the hospital in Visp? And then they calculated that based on how many skiers there were in Zermatt that week, and the number I got was 2.4%. So good, you guys guessed well. You're much better than the Irish Insurance Association, by the way. I got numbers up to 55%. Can you believe that? That's shocking. That's a huge number. You guys, 2% was almost more or less spot on. Well done, you. But basically what happens here then is another example is, you know, telephones, right? Telephones are seen to be a voluntary risk. And you guys use your phones because you're doing a cost-benefit analysis. You think the benefits outweigh the cost in terms of using that phone. But you don't like mobile telephone base stations. You hate them. The radiations that seek into your bedroom and nuke your kid, right? That awful thing's going to happen. But basically, but that's an involuntary risk, right? We don't like involuntary risk. And the same thing basically appliances in the houses. Yes, the washing machine, we want to have a washing machine, but we hate those pylons with EMFs coming off. Those things are going to kill us in a second. And that's a huge factor, too. Next one is familiar vis-a-vis unfamiliar risks. We are much more worried about unfamiliar risks than we are about familiar ones. And now I'm going to go to my flu example. So basically, ordinary influenza, people don't really care about that. It happens every year. People die. Mostly old people, and that happens. You know, people die. Most of them are old. But then we have basically a pandemic-type flu, and then we react completely differently. And I'm going to give you my example, and then I'm going to ask you how do you think coronavirus is being handled, okay? My example was the bird flu. Remember the bird flu? That was quite a few years ago. And I had just gotten back from Brussels. I'm in Brussels all the time speaking to policymakers about risk. I just got back from Brussels after we found the Scottish swan up the coast of, was it Edinburgh? Or was it here? I forget. I think it was that. And I came home. I'm married, have 2 daughters, and I live by the tennis courts in Wimbledon. And my wife was cooking for the younger one. The older one was screaming in her bedroom, crying. And my wife said, Ragnar, go up and see what's going on with the older one. She's upset. So I went upstairs. And she was absolutely wailing. You know, kids can really just wail and wail and wail. And I said, sweetheart, what's the matter? I asked her. And I said, Papa, I'm worried I'm going to die, she says. I said, what the hell? She's only 7 at the time. What's going on here? And I said, basically, but sweetheart, why are you going to die for? I'm going to die of bird flu, she says. And I said, bird flu? What? I have missed some link here. And I say, so why are you going to die of bird flu, sweetheart? And then she's still crying, and she points at the window at the top floor of the house. Because, Papa, there's a bird turned on the window, she says. And I look at her, and I think, and I need to really calm her down now. And I pick on a Southeast Asian country. No offense to everybody in the room, okay? Don't be upset for me now. And I say, sweetheart, if you were sleeping with 5,000 ducks when you're based in Vietnam for a period of 6 months, you might get bird flu. But you won't get bird flu here in Wimbledon SW19 tonight. And then she looked at me and her kids started to point at you and said, Papa, are you sure? I said, sweetheart, I am positive. I'm professor of risk management. Good night. And it worked. She absolutely. Well, I said, basically, she says, oh, boom, gone. Of course, she was exhausted by the whole process. And I go downstairs and say, what on earth is happening to this place? And it turned out on the children's BBC newscast, what they said, you had a fruitcake. Oh, yeah, you can't see this. Well, you had the chief medical officer at the time saying basically, not a question of if but when, we will have 50,000 people dead in the UK from bird flu. And that was picked up by children's BBC News. So no wonder our daughter thinks going to die of bird flu. So the next day what I do, I call the local GPs in SW19, SW18, and ask them, has anybody called in about bird flu? They said, Professor, we're doing 80 days for phone calls. Who's calling you? Old age pensioners. Of course I knew that. So what did OAP say? Well, they saying 3 things. They saying basically, can I have Tamiflu, that substance just showing the flu thing? Can I have vaccination against bird flu? And C, you guessed it, they say, I have we have basically a panic occurring. So what does Ragnar do then? I use all my various titles, as he was saying. I was a professor at Harvard for a while, and I called Sir Howard up. Sir Howard is head of all communications UK government. I told Sir Howard, I want to see you now. You are messing up this bird flu communication strategy. And for some bizarre reason, he agrees. So I come into this room, it's a bit of a negative discussion, his arms are crossed, you know, he's not really friendly initially. And he says, Professor, you have a problem with our bird flu communication strategy? I said, yeah, I do. So what's the problem with it? So you shouldn't mention 50,000 people dead because you have absolutely no evidence of that. Well, you should say, according to WHO guidelines, we don't know how big of a deal bird flu is going to be. We might have 0 deaths, or you might have 750,000 deaths. And that's what you should have said, let's be honest. And then you should have said, we're now going to put together a top-notch risk communication, risk management, risk assessment, bird flu expert panel that will meet once a week. And once we know the number, then we'll tell you. That is the complete honesty in the communication. And then I said, never have this chief medical officer go on television again discussing bird flu fruitcake. And what do you think happened? So he didn't go on television again. They changed the communication strategy. They toned down the 50,000 people dead. How many people died from bird flu in the UK? 0. They killed a few turkeys in East Anglia, but no humans. So that was basically my intervention with bird flu, and I'm happy that I did something there. Now, before we continue, as the coronavirus is happening, as we speak, I'll take 5 or 6 hands. How do you think, before I say what I think, how do you think the government is handling coronavirus right now? Any volunteers? Somebody. Well, you guys have some opinions about it. I'm not grading you. What do you think? Don't be shy. You think it's good? Okay, why do you say that?
Because I don't feel overly worried.
Okay, that's good. You're not panicking. Thank you for that. Next, go ahead.
It's top of the news all the time. Children in the playground, they don't play take now, they play coronavirus. Seriously, people are not shaking hands.
No.
I think people are more scared than they need to be.
Okay, thank you. We got a hand over there.
I think the one thing you guys done well is that you can still kind of trust what they say. So I know in Iran and China, people are worried what the officials say might not be true.
Yeah.
I don't really have that, at least I personally don't have that feeling in the UK, but maybe I'm totally wrong. The numbers they give, I believe.
Okay. Anybody else? What do you think, Rowan?
I think there's been slightly kind of, I don't know, the information seems to kind of change. So sometimes it's like you should be doing this, you can still shake hands, whatever. But I thought they were quite quick to get the kind of guidelines out around washing hands, and they've stuck to that as a very clear message. And
that's a good message to do. I mean, hygiene is important anyways, but in cold and flu times, especially during coronavirus times. My view basically, they're handling this one much better than bird flu, that's for sure. We're not putting a number of people dying on this. But I think that Chris Whitty yesterday on the BBC News should be more careful. He said up to 80% of the population might get coronavirus. You shouldn't have given the number 80%. That's basically just a prediction based on the scenarios. You should be much more careful on that. And that means the number 80% can cause panic. And I can tell you, basically, unfortunately, I was being very mentally unfriendly. I had to fly up here yesterday because I was teaching most of the day. And I can tell you, Heathrow Terminal 5 was empty. It was completely empty. I'm sure there will be more airplane cancellations going forward. And I think here, the big companies, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they are starting to panic. There's some who's travel between New York and London is more or less ceased. They just cut basically 15, 20 flights a week. That's BA alone. So I think basically it's better than bird flu, but it's not as good as it could have been. I think quite a few people are overly concerned. But like I said, they've learned from their mistakes. And I think that we who are active in this space should be advising them. I mean, I'll be talking probably to Patrick later, Patrick Valance, Chief Scientist, later this week, about how he's handling risk communication. Because I think it's important that he continues getting it right, so we don't have panic capturing. Keith, go ahead.
How useful do you think it is to quote a kind of a death rate, or if it's 1% or 2% or whatever? Is that useful, or is it only useful if it's contextualized by comparing with something else?
It needs to be contextualized compared to something else. So risk communication comparisons are good. If just taking the death rate as a number, people will not understand that.
Yeah.
And that's really important. So I totally agree with you. You got to do some comparisons on that. Yes, Rob?
Can I just ask, do you think, because you're talking about how the government's handling it, but a lot of the time it feels like the media as a separate...
Totally overly amplifying it. I mean,
yeah.
On the BBC News programme yesterday, we had a lovely dinner, a few of us, and it was in a nice Scottish place, I must say. So I came back and watched the news. Out of a half an hour, 10 p.m. news slot, first 22 minutes was coronavirus. That is completely, my friends, overkill. Laura Koonsberg, hello, doing coronavirus? Aren't you what happened here?
Maybe you say that about her anyway, regardless of what she's talking about.
No, but she's a political correspondent more than a health correspondent. We should have the health correspondent going to #1 rather than Laura Koonsberg. That's my view. Or having more chief scientists speaking about this rather than Laura Koonsberg. But it shows basically how big this issue has become now. You have the most prominent journalist in BBC go discussing the coronavirus. The next factor is control vis-a-vis non-control. We want to be in control at all times. And if we're not in control, we don't really like that. And a case in point basically is driving. When you are in a car with your loved one, you want to drive that car because you trust yourself more than you trust your loved one. And when you're not driving, you become a backseat driver, and then you have a bit of a minor argument. Familiar? Yes. It happens all the time. And most of you, by the way, think you're really good drivers. According to research by Ulla Svensson, professor at Stockholm University, 78% of you think you're good drivers. There's a fruitcake in front of you who couldn't drive a car at all. And that's an interesting issue too. And the same thing also in terms of control, is that people feel safer driving a car than being in an airplane because you trust yourself more than you trust. And you don't know this pilot. You've never even seen the pilot, so you don't really trust the pilot. So that worries you too. Next one is high frequency. Low consequence risk vis-a-vis low frequency, high consequence risk. We worry much more about what? The first one or second one?
The second one.
Very good. You guys got it all right. It's the second one, of course, basically the kill size. We worry about high kill sizes. In case in point, cars, airplanes, but it's basically, we worry much more about dying in an airplane crash than basically being killed in a car. Although basically the deaths on the roads are much, much higher than they are on airplanes. For example, in the US last year, you had 35,000 people dead, basically, on the road. I gave a talk for the Federal Aviation Authority in Washington, D.C. a few years ago, and I asked them, what would you do if you had 35,000 to 50,000 people dead per year in airplane accidents? He looked at me in horror, and he said, Professor, you can't be serious. I said, I'm just a humble scholar. I'm just curious. What would you do? We academics, we can ask these questions. We're curious individuals. He looked at me and said, we basically stop flying. We basically stop. We stop all planes from taking off. We shut down U.S. airspace. I said, really? He said, yeah, we wouldn't accept that. But I told him you would accept 35,000 people dead on the road, but not in the air. He said, oh yeah. So people are dying, but basically because the cars are basically there's 2 or 3 people in the car rather than 200 people in the airplane. It's the kill size issue. So basically, if, for example, when I take the cab to the airport this afternoon and I crash and the car blows up and I die, I'm not going to make the headline tonight on BBC, am I? It'll still be coronavirus, by the way. But it's not going to be random at all. I won't even mention. I won't even get a mention in tomorrow's local newspaper, probably not. But if my plane that takes off back to London, that blows up and take off, that will beat coronavirus to #1. I can guarantee you. And probably on day 4, I might even get a small little obituary. Professor of risk, King's College London, dies in a plane after giving a talk on risk. How hilarious is that? So the difference is in terms of dying. And a final point, women, men. Who worries more about risks? Females or men? Women worry more about risk than men. And I'm going to ask, I think this is going to change over time. So the historic reason for that is this work by Professor Jen Lerner at Harvard. Jen Lerner found basically that one of the drivers in terms of risk aversion and risk-taking is basically emotions, right? So basically her work shows that when males get emotional, what do? They become angry. Is angry aggressive? Thank you. Is aggressive, is that risk-taking or risk-averse behavior?
Risk-taking.
It's a risk-taking behavior. Thank you, spot on. Women, when they get emotional, do they get aggressive? Most often not. They become upset. Is upset basically a risk-taking or risk-averse measure? It's more a risk-averse measure. It's basically somebody gets upset, you basically say, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to swear at you. I take it all back. Right? You hug your wife or you hug your girlfriend after, if you have a fight. But I think this is changing over time. I gave a talk in Norway a few months ago. And they say, and the women there say, right, we're as tough as the males are. We fight back, not physically, but orally, if we get in a fight with our loved one. And I think over time, this is going to plan out, especially as in Scandinavia, as in many parts of Europe, that women and men have equal ranks in the workforce. How do you think it is in Scotland? I don't know. Any idea? Is it more like Sweden or more like the United States?
More like Sweden.
More like Sweden. Well, that's a very good way. I'm hoping you'd say that.
We don't know. We've got no evidence.
No, we've got no evidence. Is this talk interesting, by the way? Good. How much more time? I've another 20 minutes or so, do I? So basically, because of this, people are saying, wow. We can now develop risk communication programs. We can build new nuclear power plants. We can site nuclear waste facilities. We can build waste incinerators. Because we know how people perceive risk. And basically, we developed 3 communication strategies going forward. Top-down risk communication. I stand behind the podium and try to convince Robin here, we should build this waste incinerator because here's why. So, it's actually a voluntary rather than involuntary risk. Or a dialogue, and I sit next to Robin and say, Robin, can we make a deal? Or basically bottom-up risk communication, where things start basically at NGO level and then scale up to a national level and an international level. The case in point is the Greenpeace occupation of the Brent Spar oil storage buoy that was owned by Shell in the mid-1990s. Remember that? And basically that got a load of free media coverage for Greenpeace. And that basically how an issue that was local, was basically up here in the North Sea, it became an international issue involving the Dutch government, the German government, the Norwegian government, and the Danish one. And I've got my cheat notes to see where I am. However, risk communication is still difficult to do. There's a whole load of research on this. You have, for example, the social amplification and attenuation of risk. Some risks are socially amplified by the media, some are attenuated. Coronavirus, for example, is something that's hugely amplified right now. But some risks are also attenuated. For example, so-called taboo risks. I don't know how it is up here in Scotland, in Strathclyde or Edinburgh or elsewhere where you're from, but one thing that we're trying to discuss at King's College is the whole issue of depression and mental health. It's a big issue. I'm basically now a tutor for all the PhD students in geography at King's College. So I have to make sure that they're mentally okay. And I try to help them talk to me about depression issues. And that's really difficult because basically depression is something that's attenuated. People don't want to talk about depression. It's attenuated. It's basically a bad thing. And it's something we need to work with to try to help have people feel more comfortable to discuss about those issues that are attenuated. Another thing that's attenuated is sexually transmitted diseases, STDs. If people have them, they don't want to talk about them because they're embarrassed by it. I mean, for example, if I had gonorrhea, would I tell you about that? Of course not. Why is that? Because basically, you'd think much less of me. You think basically, the guy is a professor of risk for crying out loud. He's married, got 2 daughters. What on earth has he been doing? Going to Amsterdam and just hanging out with prostitutes? And what a complete stupid fruitcake. That's what you think of me, right? And your trust of me would go down. But it's something also when you talk about more, because I don't know how it is up here in Strathclyde, but I can tell you at King's College, STDs are spreading among the undergraduates still. And it's something that we should be concerned about. The next issue is the narrative issue. Is basically people like to have stories rather than numbers. We love to have a lot of stories. I think that you remember from this talk today, 2 issues. One, Ragnar breaking his leg in 4 places and thinking, how real painful was that for him? And then basically B, my example with bird flu, because it's related to coronavirus. And basically it worked in how you communicate issues. And that's much better. And why is that? Because basically, numbers, people find them pretty boring. Most people can't do numbers. 40% of Americans can't tip properly, according to research from Ellen Peters. And also remember, when you put your kids to bed, you read them fairy stories. You don't read them a stats manual or engineering manual. No, you don't. Also then deliberation. Deliberation is good in the sense basically by working with people, you may be able to get buy-in. It's better to have the people inside the tent than outside the tent, according to work by Thomas Shaw, University of Maryland, Nobel Prize winner, and I think he's completely right. But a problem also with the liberation, my friends, however, is the issue of self-selection bias. And that goes basically most people don't want to participate in, for example, in siting a waste incinerator. I did a project in the North Black Forest many years ago, and I interviewed people who had participated in basically a focus group type meeting once a week for a period of 6 months to discuss where to build this incinerator. The Germans, by the way, hate incinerators, while the Swedes, by the way, love them. Swedes actually import waste to our incinerators in Sweden. So basically, what did I find? They had 3 things in common. Let's see how good you guys are now. Do you think these were people who participated in deciding where to build this incinerator? Were they time rich or time poor?
Time rich.
Time rich. Good. Got 1 for free. They were time rich. They were basically either unemployed, they were husband, housewives, students, or pensioners. Okay. Second point. Were they pro or against building an incinerator?
Against.
That's very good. They were against building an incinerator. They were basically on this focus group thing to stop the incinerator from happening in the first place. And thirdly, were they more politically to the left or more to the right? So were they basically SPD or Green, or were they voting more conservative?
Left.
Left, absolutely right. They were all left. They were all basically Greens or left-wing SPD. And that's going to be a problem. Do we want to have some communist pensioners deciding where to build incinerators in Germany? I don't really think so. But that's a topic that we need to be concerned about. Then we have optimistic bias. It's basically being programmed to be optimistic. Therefore, we start smoking, right? We know smoking is bad for you, but we think basically we have super Scottish lungs. Therefore, we're not going to die of lung cancer. It's going to be fine. I can drink a bottle of whiskey per day, and my liver will be perfect forever, right? Optimistic bias, according to work by Neil Weinstein. But you also find, pessimistic bias. So once you've had an accident, Ragnar skiing, for example. I was in St. Anton last week because I love my wife and she loves skiing, so I went along. And basically, did Ragnar ski, you think? Oh, absolutely not. I'm horrified. I don't want to put my foot in a ski boot ever again. So I spent the whole time hiking in the mountains. It was still fine. My wife would come back. It was great, all this skiing. And I was thinking, oh yeah, it's fine. I went hiking. There you go. But I have pessimistic bias. And trust, no trust. Research shows basically high levels of public trust is low levels of public perceived risk, and vice versa. Low levels of public trust is high levels of public perceived risk. So it's very, very important to get the trust element right. And I think I agree with you here completely with regard to coronavirus. I too trust the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, right now. He's trying to do his best. Now, Robin, where are we on time?
You've got another, say, 15.
Okay, I'm going to skip these ones then, and then I'll go straight to the energy sector. That's what you got going here. And basically, let me see, yeah. There's been so basically, why is this important for the energy sector? Number one, there's been widespread opposition toward renewable energy developments, particularly onshore, on land wind farms. B, issues of fairness is critical. People who own shares in wind farms are more positive to wind power. That's a case from Denmark. I'm sure that's a case in Sweden as well. For example, also if you own, I own forests. I love my trees. I have 347 hectares of forest. I'm very pro-biomass. Well, duh, because I own my trees. I understand it. C, deliberation can be important. If, for example, one study in Wales showed high levels of support for wind developments done in partnership with local people for local use. Work with the people on wind farms will get people involved, and they will like it. Familiarity is crucial. Scots living close to wind farms and those who see them are more favorable to them, which makes sense, right? They're more familiar to see them more often. Bribes may not work. Offering monetary compensation may increase the suspicion of perceived health risks. They go, wow, they will not pay me. How dangerous is this wind farm actually anyways? High voltage lines are seen as a risky source of EMF radiation. This, by the way, is research going back 40 years. I thought the debate was over. When I dipped back into it again last month, I was surprised EMFs are still being talked about. But once again, it's an involuntary risk, it's an unfamiliar one, and there's this small little link between EMF and child leukemia. And so risks that affect kids, my friends, that is absolutely huge. People like Ragnar, we're supposed to die soon. Well, not yet, but soon. But my daughters aren't allowed to die before I die, right? The kids are the future. Public are also deeply skeptical about efforts made to manage the EMF issue. It's something that is still very concerned about. And women are more concerned about the overhead lines than men, according to work by Portinga et al., University of Cardiff. It's better to put electrical pylons at locations near existing infrastructure, we find. For example, near big roads, as the area is seen as already visually polluted. We already have a big road there. Let's put a pylon next to it, which kind of makes sense. EMFs are categorized as an unknown risk, and putting a pylon is seen as industrialization of the countryside, and it leads to technological stigmatization of the affected community. When something is new and put into pure nature, people get really upset about it. And that I know from experience, being a tree owner, is then when they would put a big pylons on my neighbor's property, my neighbor was so upset about this. Well, these pylons are going to be awful. And will it affect the moose population? All kinds of things he was making up. Because basically you don't want them there. Yet more work is needed. Empirical studies on renewables have primarily been quantitative, and few studies have been informed by theoretical frameworks from social science disciplines. Basically, these studies have been primarily carried out by PR consultants for the utility sector, who are simply not aware, have no idea of the large amounts of research done in the risk communication area. And I think this is something here that we as scientists, as you as engineers, Ragnar as a humble risk communication guy, we should be reaching out to industry to ensure they get their science right in this really important area. We need to better understand the dynamics of public views for renewable energy technologies based on a firm grounding in risk communication science. We need to, based on future research needs to be evolved into a more coherent body of theory and results so as to be less fragmentary and more grounded in established social science. The well-planned, trusted, and reliable communication strategies are needed in the energy space. Pre-testing of messages are absolutely crucial, and evaluating strategies is also really important. Something a lot of industries don't like to do. They don't like, wash their dirty laundry in public because they want to say, oh, we want to move on. But in actual fact, it's really important to do more evaluation. And my final slide, Robin, I'm sorry, thank you for the patience, is recent qualitative and quantitative studies have shown a general lack of public knowledge of the institutional roles of transmission systems operators and how this probably breeds public distrust of these organizations and fuels public opposition. This is due in part to the relative invisibility of electricity system operators resulting from low levels of communication with affected publics. And that's where I'll stop now. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing as well. So thank you very much. Time for some questions, if there's any.
Or comments.
Keith, if you'd like to start.
So I'm familiar with some of those, certainly look at Patrick Devine Wright's work in this sort of area. We've even collaborated on very distantly in a project in the distant past. But what would you say are the kind of key things that the energy sector should be learning about risk communication that they're not doing, that he's kind of alluding to from the social science?
Well, I mean, the first key issue is I got the impression is that the energy sector is not engaging enough with the social science, to the social science academic, right?
Well, it does try. I mean, in the projects that we've been involved with, like as academics rather than necessarily as the industry,
right,
we're trying to do that. So what are the kind of lessons that the social science is revealing from the science that are not being translated into practice?
All right, put it this way. I'll give you an example from a very fresh topic we're working on, radon, okay? Right. It's basically, I've been evaluating Sweden's handling of radon. So what's happening there is that Sweden will not reach its goal by 2025 to sanitize radon homes, okay? Why is that? Because basically the Swedish government board in charge of radon, what did they do? They brought in consultants to basically do some work on radon communication. And were these consultants aware of the radon risk communication literature done in the early 1980s? No, they were not. They didn't realize how complicated to basically communicate radon actually is. Radon seems to be a natural hazard, right? It's found in granite in the ground. It's not a non-production hazard, first point. It's seen basically to be a voluntary risk. You don't have to build houses in Småland, Sweden. You can build elsewhere where you don't have any radon issues. And all these factors which make it so complicated, they weren't aware of that, and has developed these overly complicated PR comm strategies without being informed by risk communication literature. And we did then a number of other bodies of radiation institutes across Europe. We developed the so-called the Potsdam Manifesto, which I'm happy to send to you guys when I see. And we argued basically that we should treat radon as an indoor air pollution, but change the framing of it from basically saying it as a natural hazard to its indoor air pollution. And in so doing, we think, we've been pre-testing this, we think by so doing, but changing the frame, that people take radon much more seriously.
Right, so the key is changing the framing of it.
Correct.
So it can be compared with something people are familiar with.
Correct.
I mean, another point, sorry, Ron. The kind of perception, I mean, maybe as an example, was having an ownership in a wind farm, people are very positive.
Yep.
But if the wind farm is giving money to them, seen as very negative, it's like a bribe. And actually, they could be just seen as two sides of the same coin. You're getting money from the wind farm.
Yeah, okay, that's a very good point too. And the work we've done there on wind farms in Denmark and Sweden, we're finding people willing to accept that money. They think basically, I am now green. I have this wind farm here, I'm part-time over it. I'm therefore basically helping to combat climate change. Then they see then the benefits of that. So that's fundamentally changed. We also see that in the United States, for example, with Darted building waste incinerators. If you give equity to the individuals around the incinerators, say not much, 10, 15%, say, they'll be much more favorably inclined to that waste incinerator. And they start seeing basically the benefits. Oh, it's much better to burn this than put it basically in landfill. So then they change the mindset of it because they feel like I am now part of the road.
Janusz first and then Leo.
So do I deduct from you some dislike of numbers? Because you said the government shouldn't put a number of deaths to a certain number and etc. And that's why we as scientists, as engineers, we like numbers.
I know
we are quantitative people.
I know you
who are you social scientists are qualitative people. And just coming to the point which Keith made, we've been collaborating with Patrick Devine Rines and other social scientists for 20 years.
Right.
Because EPSRC basically wouldn't give us any money unless we have a social scientist
Is it working?
on the project.
Is it working?
Theoretically, yes, in practice.
But
the point I'm trying to make is that all the time we try to live with numbers.
Yeah,
while the social scientists throw arms and horrors and you cannot say that. You cannot put a number on people's behavior because the social scientist discourse is narrative. Our is quantitative.
Yeah.
So how do you address this? Because I like numbers. If the government tells me this 2,000 people will die or whatever, I like it, because I can put a number to it. While if you say, well, we don't know, maybe high, maybe no, it means nothing. What's your view on that?
Well, that's a very difficult question to answer, I can tell you. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'd like to see more of these collaborations. I mean, basically, it should be a broader church, a bigger house for this. And the problem is very clear I'm not mentioning names here, but some social scientists have not helped themselves. Okay, the social scientists are very critical of the quantitative scientists and saying, well, we can't believe these numbers kind of thing. That's also wrong from us. We should be open-minded and basically feel that we should feel comfortable working with you to find basically win-win solutions. For example, that's where I'm an adjunct professor at the Engineering and Public Policy Program, EPP at Carnegie Mellon, which basically involves people like Brooke Fishoff, who's a cognitive psychologist, with engineers like Ranger Morgan, you know, and people like that. So they're trying to bring those groups together. And in the seminars we have there, rather fruitful. We discussed them, we had a numbers discussion, and then they say to Brooke, cognitive psychologist, how can you basically explain this now to a lay person? So we need much more of that. We basically enrich the space here between engineers and social scientists, and rather than basically having it as separate. And we should involve more than just one or two couples of scientists. We should have a much broader church here going forward. Is this easy? As I'm sure alluded to, no, it's not easy. But I think, a number of us, I'm certainly open to have a conversation, with you over a beer at some stage, to discuss this in more detail what we can do here. I think we should be optimistic about it, frankly. I think you want to say something there?
Yeah, I just want to say this idea that the only reason to collaborate with social scientists is to get funding is really problematic. Like, my experience of working on research with engineering and social science and speaking to people is that it's seen as something that was an afterthought where it's been bolted on. I don't know how you feel about projects you've worked on, but I think, is there space to ensure that the early formulation of projects brings in these things, rather than it being, right, cool, we've got to get someone to do a little bit of impact assessment at the end of our project?
So I think that we should bring people in at a much earlier stage. I mean, basically, one thing that I was speaking to Brooke Bishop actually before coming here. Brooke Bishop, by the way, is seen probably as the foremost risk communication scientist in the United States today. And he was saying the most critical message I can give to to you guys is basically pre-test your messaging. And he's absolutely right. The thing is that what I'm finding, speaking to policymakers and regulators who are working in this broader energy space, is a lot of the messages, they aren't pre-tested. They just put them out there, naturally put them out to the public domain, thinking the public understand them. Well, they're not going to understand them. It's crucial you pre-test them. If you don't pre-test them, you're wasting your money. So that's the number one and only message he said. You want to jump in on that?
So pre-testing, what can I imagine by that? Is that just like, giving the presentation to your girlfriend the night before, or is this getting this focus group,
Focus groups, more than this pre-testing on your girlfriend, is basically, I mean, pre-testing on a subset of, say, between, I'd argue, between 50 and 200 people, if you can.
Okay.
So more, it should be some kind of science there.
Right.
More
Okay.
Leah?
Talking about the people's emotional reaction and whether that manifests as like a risky behaviour or a conservative behaviour, what's the relevance of that to do with, for instance, renewable energy projects or the energy transition? Because depending on the context, if you frame it in climate change or something else, either transitioning or not transitioning could be risky or conservative. So how do you think that might play out in terms of?
Well, that's important topic in several ways. Firstly, basically, it is shown in the slides. Cortina's work showed basically that women are more opposed to the power lines than males. That's a huge issue. So how can we then frame this discussion to ensure that everybody are on board with power lines? That's the first point. And second point is that governments right now are struggling with these transitions. They have, the Dutch government, for example, is highly problematic, and how can we build offshore wind farms and putting onshore? How can we develop strategies for that? And I think here we all should be working with those governments, with those departments active in this space, bringing together the best number solutions from you guys with the best social science framing from people like us. Once again, combining the skill sets.
This morning we were talking about August the 9th, we had a blackout here. There seems to be a national conversation. How reliable, or there was a conversation among engineers and government, how reliable should our power systems be? How much money do we chuck at it to make it really unlikely it'll ever go out? Are you saying we need to bring the public in and just say, well, we could make it a bit less reliable and your bills would be cheaper? What do you think?
I think this is an issue now between city and countryside, right? I think basically, if you live in London or you live here in Glasgow, you expect 100% electricity all the time. The public will not basically accept any power outs. However, if you live in countryside, for example, in Sweden, in smaller towns in Sweden where I have my trees, we expect power outs all the time. So basically, it's an issue of are we familiar with it? Glasgow, London, not familiar with it. But countryside in the UK, countryside in Sweden, we would accept power outs. I think it depends on the public where they are based. Do you agree?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just following off that, when you're talking about the sort of kill size or whatever you call it, there's a good analogy just following on from that in terms of different types of what we call blackout or customer disconnection event, because we have the direct analogy where you get the 9th of August was huge news. Then you have people disconnected in cities and in countryside day in, day out through local network faults, which are not news. And I'm not sure of the numbers, but I think they're much larger.
I mean, there was an example from 2003, where in summer of August, lots of South London got disconnected in one event. The London Underground was disconnected. It was an evening. It was a hot evening. People were trapped in tunnels, etc. So
that's not good.
Not good. A week later, a similar size event in energy terms happened in Birmingham. Disconnected Birmingham Airport. Didn't hit the news at all.
That's just London is London. That's not fair on people in Birmingham, by the way.
The other one in terms of perceptions, I think this is really just me seeing through general media and talking to people rather than anything I know properly about, is that people seem to be more accepting of technical faults than things that can be perceived to come from, say, government decisions, because the one that really seems to be the big political issue is if, for instance, with hindsight, we thought we just haven't built enough power stations. But again, it's all these different matters of perceptions. I mean, one comment I've made is when you're looking at this as a lot of these aren't basically political decisions. Yeah. Is the sort of way things are perceived the political reality, or is it something where we need to have a debate?
And I don't know the answer to that myself at all. But I do know that the issue of trust here is crucial. You either trust your politicians in doing a good job or don't you? And that's something you need to look into more carefully.
I think we're going to have to probably bring things to a close, but hopefully you'll be around to have a bit more of a chat.
I will be around for another 15, I think I'll leave at 3.
Ah, okay. Then, in which case, let's thank Ragnar. And I think as well, all these issues with trust are even more complicated by the fact that, like you mentioned, things like TSOs are not exactly, I mean, everybody in the room probably knows what a TSO is, hopefully. But you go out to the public, if I ask my parents, they have no idea.
They have no idea.
They don't understand the nuances of all of those different things. And so building trust with the various different kind of levels of our energy sector is a very difficult, complex thing to do. Brilliant, thank you very much. So that takes us on to our next session. Oh no, where does it take us on? Yes, it does take us on to our next session. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Don't worry, I know you're worried about the time, but it's okay because Keith already did his talk this morning. So if I could get Nestor down to do our next talk.
Sit by the door over there.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think this is all yours. Oh wait, it's a PowerPoint. So I don't know how to make that full screen. Oh, look at that. No, it's fine. There we go. Excellent. Brilliant. So let's get you suited up. That should. You stand still. I'll attach it. You turn and face the audience. So that should flip over there. Perfect. That go in a pocket somewhere.
Okay.
And that is yours. Brilliant. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Nestor. Thank you for being here. I'm a PhD student in the University of Edinburgh under the supervision of Crescent and David Wilson there. And today I'm going to tell you a bit about my research, which has to do with modeling net demand for resource adequacy assessments. So what I do is, well, my research has to do with modeling security of supply. This is an important point from a public policy perspective, and to give you an example, every year there's a capacity auction in the UK or in Great Britain to ensure that the system is at appropriate reliability levels. So for any kind of security of supply calculation that we do, it's important that we take interconnection to other systems into account, because obviously they are possible sources of additional power that we can use in times of need. But this also adds a bit of additional complexity to the mix, because we might be dealing with statistically dependent net demands across areas. So what I do is I am working on models that address these dependence directly, but before telling you a bit more about that, I'm just going to go briefly through how the whole security of supply model works. So in a given power system, we assume we have 3 things. So we have available conventional generation X, renewable generation W, and demand D. And these are random variables that changes with time. X is assumed independent from all other variables. And then with these, we can look at the difference between the overall available generation and demand, which would be the power deficit or surplus in the system. And we call this margin. So the margin, which we write down as just available conventional generation minus the net demand, which is just demand not covered by renewable generation. This M is going to be the main thing that gives us risk estimates in the system. So the usual way to do this is through 2 risk metrics. The first one is loss of load expectation, or LOLE, which is just the amount of the amount of hours that we expect the system to have a negative margin, which means just a shortfall. And the expected energy unserved, or EEU, which is just the expected amount of power that we won't be able to serve. Okay, so, So in order to estimate the distribution of M, which we need for the risk metrics, we need to estimate the distribution of conventional generation and of net demand. So in the case of conventional generation, there is a kind of standard model where we assume that it's just the addition of many individual generators, and these generators have an availability probability that comes from historic failure rates. So we use the model for conventional generation as it is. We don't change anything in it. So I'm gonna just skip straight to modeling net demand. Okay, so the usual way to model net demand in such a calculation is just what we call the hindcast approach, that is just using the empirical distribution function of historic data, which has that form. This has a few advantages, namely that it's very simple, and also that it allows exact calculation of the metrics we want. But it also has a few disadvantages. So, and the one we care about is that it turns out that risk estimates from this net demand model are determined by very few observations. And what I mean, to show you what I mean by that, let's look at this plot. So in this plot, what I am trying to show is what percentage of the overall risk metric for a given period is determined by the riskiest observations in that period. So if we take the riskiest observations in a given year and start adding up the risk contributions, we will see that only the first 10 observations will add up to 75 to 90% of the risk estimate. So this is not good, because even if we could have the exact same weather pattern than in some previous year, even variance from resampling from that same weather pattern could potentially give us very different risk estimates. And the other thing that these plots tell us is that the risk is coming from the tails, which is almost all the risk comes from the highest net demands, basically. So if that's the case, we can use what is called extreme value theory, which is a branch of statistics. And in a nutshell, extreme value theory offers principled mathematical models for extrapolating the tail of a distribution. In fact, in the one-dimensional case, we know because of some results in extreme value theory that no matter what univariate distribution we have, if we go far into the tails, then it will start resembling an expression like that for a choice of parameters mu sigma and higher. So this is a very powerful result indeed. And it is, using extreme value theory in this kind of analysis is not new. It's been done before for Great Britain's net demand, and it was done by Amy Wilson and Stan Zachary. What I'm trying to do now is using a bivariate model of extreme values to model at the same time Ireland and Great Britain's net demand, which turns out have a very high statistical dependence. So in particular, the model that I am using is called logistic model. And what this means is that the model assumes that if we standardize both net demands to a Gumbel marginal distribution, then the distribution function of this new bivariate Gumbel probability density is going to be given or well approximated by that expression. So that expression has a single parameter alpha, which governs the strength of the dependence between the two variables. And the reason I chose this model after quite a lot of statistical testing is that this model is supposed to describe data with symmetric dependence, which means that, informally speaking, if you move up the quantiles of one of the variables in expectation, you also move the same number of quantiles in the other variable. And one way we can visualize this is if we get the copula of this data, which just means mapping both net demands to have a uniform distribution in 0, 1. So the scalar plot we see in the unit square, it allows us to look much more easily at the kind of dependence we have. And if we do this with net demand from Ireland and Great Britain, we see that we have a very symmetric pattern along the identity line. And this is exactly the kind of relationship that this model is supposed to describe. So that's the reason we're using this. Okay, now that we have selected a model, we take the points in the tails of our data, we feed them all to this data, and what we get now is a model for, a parametric model for the tails of our data. So from this model we can simulate as if it was just a theoretical distribution. And here what I'm showing in this plot is simulations from this model in red overimposed on historic data in gray. So I think generally speaking there's good agreement between both. And in this plot what I'm showing is the density of the fitted model overimposed on the data we used to train it. So there's kind of an empty space in the lower left corner, and that's because the model only holds when at least one of the two variables is large. So below the threshold, we just use the empirical distribution function of net demand as before, because we don't want to make any assumptions about the bulk of the data, just about the text. Okay, so once we fit the model, the way we use this model to measure risk or anything we like is by Monte Carlo estimation. So we just sample from it time and time again. And in this way, we can get the usual LOLE and EEU metrics. So what I'm showing in that plot is a comparison between the estimated LOLE from Hindcast, which is just the empirical net demand, using the empirical net demand distribution in red, and the logistic model output in blue. So what we see here in the y-axis is the estimated LOLE, and in the x-axis are different interconnection capacities. So for each capacity, each model will give us a risk estimate for each area. So that's what we're seeing there. So sometimes they agree and sometimes they don't agree. But I think the most important point that we should take here is that this kind of extrapolated model from extreme value theory allows us to much more than what we can do with just a Hindcast model. And just to give you a small example, this is a risk heat map that we did from the fitted logistic model. So this is the risk, the LOLE for Britain. So in bright yellow we can see where this risk is concentrated in the demand space and how this risk spreads out. So this is something that we wouldn't be able to do using just an empirical distribution function, but we can do with a bit of statistics. So that's basically it. And in conclusion, I think one important point of this talk should be that Hindcast estimates are determined by very few points, and these points this suggests that they might have high variance. And on the other hand, using models from extreme values, we can get more robust estimates and we can have a more detailed look at the system risk. And finally, this is just, this is ongoing work, so there's still a couple things to do, but yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Very much, Leo.
From the copula, the way that you've identified what the tail is that? Can you go a few slides forward to where you've that one? Isn't the tail the bit where the points that are outside of the diamond shape more than just the edge of the diamond shape? Because isn't the net demand is more to do with how much synchronous generation is currently active, not necessarily the issue might be something to do with how fast it needs to change or something. So.
Well, in this case, net demand is just demand minus whatever renewable generation we have at the moment. I mean, is that it?
But I mean, if you're looking at the tail cases, surely that's cases that aren't normal, right? And the bit that you isolated, there's lots of cases there, right? So have I misunderstood it maybe? Isn't the tail cases the outliers rather than just the edge of the popular? Was that not correct?
You mean the outliers like in the sides of the plots?
Yeah, if you drew a diamond around that, it's things that would sit outside of it. Because in the case that you put up, where you've got some other data, it was kind of sitting to the right of the edge of the diamond.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sorry.
Yeah, the sense of it, well, 8 is what we really know, but for this purpose, in a sense, the tail is no more and no less than the region in which this extreme value model fits.
We're not modelling extremes, unknown extremes, we're kind of modelling the tail of the data that we have. But this model can be extended to outside that region as well, and in a sense, we've chosen to put the threshold there, but we could make it higher if we wanted to. If we thought the behaviour was different as we moved further towards the edge of the data set.
Yes, the model should be, I mean, I didn't mention much about it, but the model should be well defined outside of the dotted orange line, so all that area should be, in theory, well extrapolated.
Do you have any other questions? Good.
Yeah, so those points that we've been discussed at are far away from that, from the straight line from the sunset.
Yeah.
Even though they're very few, could they be particularly interesting because they represent a situation where the demand is fairly extreme in one of the countries and not in the other, and that's when the interconnector would be most useful.
Yes, so
Like, disproportionately.
exactly. So this is one of the things we still have to check because, I mean, the models still have. We have to check that the threshold is well chosen, because one of the possibilities is that if we chose the threshold too low, we get outliers, like in the sides, that you shouldn't get. So we should investigate to what extent we are chosen a low threshold, or to what extent this is representative of something that could happen. Yeah, but
Do some investigations the sensitivity to the threshold?
yeah. So I mean, risk-wise, if we get the LOLE, the estimates are very robust to the chosen threshold. So regardless of whether those outliers are correct or not, the LOLE, they don't affect the LOLE much, or EU, sorry. Yes.
I'm just wondering to what extent you've ended up, maybe by accident rather than design, a case that is, given the statistics, relatively straightforward in that that does look like a symmetrical distribution, you know, around that kind of centre line.
Oh, you mean this? Or?
Yeah, or, well, no, to come back to, yeah, so it looks, yeah, so, the characteristics of net demand in Ireland look quite similar to the characteristics of net demand in GB, and then you can fit these particular models to it. Maybe another kind of an interesting case, I think, would be the interconnection between GB and Norway,
right?
Which would have it's got very different, at the moment anyway, types of renewable energy, and where an interconnector seems to be maybe quite complementary because the renewables are quite different, and maybe that would have a different kind of shape. That sort of lenticular shape wouldn't be like that.
Yeah, I would expect other interconnectors to show a different pattern because, I mean, in this case they are clearly very dependent, both net demands. But yeah, I mean, with other interconnectors they might be almost independent. The reason we did this with Ireland and GB was that we had the data already. So yeah, but
fair enough.
but obviously the expectation is to do this with more interconnections and maybe all of the European interconnectors if possible.
Got time for one or two more questions? Is there any? Please.
If you go to the next slide, I noticed that's for Ireland. Yeah, this one. So why is it? Can you explain a little bit why is it that for Great Britain, the red line seems to be above the green line? Is there a reason why it's slipped for Ireland?
So the green line shows the estimates from a logistic model, and the red line shows the estimates from a hindcast model. So, I mean, at the top of my head, I haven't found the logic of why they are how they are, or one is higher than the other. Yeah, I mean, I would say that they generally agree, although, for example, at least they agree more in the degree and interconnection helps both countries, more or less. But yeah, this is another point we have to check, when they agree and when they disagree. Right?
I think you mentioned you're looking into sensitivity analysis as well, so maybe that will reveal some
Yeah,
of the
yeah, exactly.
which parts of it are dictating those things.
Yeah, could be.
Great. Well, if there are no more questions, let's thank one more time, and then.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. So we've got Marcos coming down. Fantastic.
I'll dress you.
Yeah.
That's just, that's over there. And then if you have a pocket or something, you can drop that into it. Just watch. Yeah. Over to you.
All right. Okay. So I'm Marcos Santos. I'm a research associate from Newcastle University. This is a joint work with me, David Greenwood, Dahu Niue, all of them from Newcastle University as well. I'm here to talk about reliability assessment for microgrids, especially in the case of an islanding capability. So, what we have seen in the past decades is a high increase in terms of renewable capacity, especially if we are speaking on distribution level. And that creates a lot of different scenarios that we have to work with. So previously on the distribution level, what we had is what we can call a passive grid, when you have just one direction of power flow flowing from a main feeder to the different nodes that we have in the system. But now what we are facing is an increase of renewable sources, different renewable sources on the distribution level as well, and that created what we call an active grid, where now we are able to have power flow in both directions, not only receiving from the main feeder, but we also have the possibility to provide some source to the main feeder. So also in this context, we are seeing now is the concept of microgrid, where we can now think about small portions of the system as a unit capable of handling itself and to create a more flexible environment. So in this context that we are working on the Marlon project, it's an European project that basically is related to an energy management system. In total, we are focused to work in 2 different pilot sites, one in Austria and the other one in Spain, and we are working with 12 different partners from all over Europe. So the objective of this particular work related to the Marlon project is the reliability assessment of microgrids, and that create essentially 2 potential scenarios. The first one is when we consider that we have the upstream network available. So now we are relying not only on the renewable sources within the distribution level, but also on the main supply. That's basically the major scenario. The second one is when we are relying only on the distribution generation that we have, and by that I mean we are operating the system as an island mode. So what are the motivations and the major challenge that we have in terms of reliability assessment is that if we consider this type of grid, now what we have is an existence of multiple different paths between the different sources that we have in the system in a particular load. Also, we have to consider, especially on distribution networks, that the generation sources, they usually have a stochastic behavior as well as the loads. So we are not talking about the same problems that we have on transmission networks. We also have the possibility to work the system in an island mode by considering the presence of a battery energy storage system. So these are the major motivations behind the analysis of the reliability assessment in microgrids. So the methodology that we are applying can be divided in 3 different steps. The first one is the sequential Monte Carlo simulation. Second one is to evaluate the minimal cut set between load and generation points. I'll try to explain a little bit more about that. And the third one is the liability aggregation and generation adequacy evaluation. So the first of all is the Monte Carlo simulation, that basically we are trying to simulate the many possible outcomes that we can have on the system, and by that we are using probability distribution function. When we use historical data related to failure rate and repair time, and we use that to translate that in mean time to failure and mean time to repair, and with that we create a sequence of events, and by analyzing all the different time steps, what is happening to the system, we are able to see when the system is in a down state, for example. So thinking about small system here, it's obvious that if we lose any of these 2 different elements, even the transformer or even the circuit, it's obvious that we won't be able anymore to provide any type of energy to that particular load. So, and that takes us to the second problem. The second step of the methodology is to actually find minimal cut sets that is required for you to have a power outage, considering load from the load point of view. So what we can do is we can translate all the different connections between the system using like an incidence matrix, for example, that basically just represent all the different connections. So for example, if I have this transformer between node 1 and node 2, I can basically translate that connection that we are seeing there from node 1 from node 2 by just putting -1 and 1 on this incidence matrix. And the -1 for me represents the direction of power flow. Right here I'm considering just one generation source. So for example, of course that the power flow in this case is coming from node 1 to node 2. But what I really want actually is the inverse matrix of the incidence matrix. That this one is responsible to give me actually all the different branches that I need in order to actually have a power outage into my system. So by looking on the node 5 where I have the just one load over there, I can see if I lose any of these different branches, I will face a power outage on my system. So what I can see on this analysis is a very elegant way to see, to indicate the minimal cut set between a load and generation. And by doing that for all the different generation sources, I can evaluate all the different minimal cut sets for every possibility that I have in my system. And that takes us to the third step, is that actually is the reliability aggregation and generation adequacy. So what I said before is that for every different generation, I have a different minimal cut set. So I have to consider the impact of each generation to a particular load point of the system. And also, because I'm considering a microgrid, and a microgrid with the capability of working as an island mode, I also have to take into consideration the battery energy storage system. So I have to aggregate the reliability calculation contributions of each generation. And for each time step, I have to check the generation adequacy. If I don't have enough, I have to consider a load shedding. and for me that causes an unavailability event. I have to check the battery availability as well. And in a summary, for a flowchart of the methodology, first of all, I use the network reliability indexes in the electric network data. I provide those information for the system modeling unit, and I also use the annual generation dataset, annual load demand dataset. I input all of that into the Monte Carlo simulation, and from that I have the reliability results for the whole system for each loading point of the system. Okay, so this was applied for the Austrian pilot site. It's one of the pilot sites that we are working with. This one is in Austria from Energy Gussing. And basically what we have there is a lot of different PV plants installed in a small community. So in terms of modeling, what we are considering is 6 different loading points, 6 different generation and distribution level, 14 circuit branches, a load demand on an average of 240 kilowatt, an average generation output of 588 kilowatt, a power battery rating of 300, but of course that depends on actually what we will install in this system. And I have in total 35,000 data points of historical load generation. For the Monte Carlo simulation, I'm using 500 sample data, 20 different iterations for the Monte Carlo, and in total 30 years of outage history randomly generated. Okay, so in the first case that I will show here, I will consider the system without the presence of a battery energy storage system. And what we can see is that we have, for example, a failure rate of around 0.73 events per year, a repair time of 53.81 hours, annual unavailability of around 39.77 hours per year, and expected energy not supplied of almost 6,000 kilowatt hour per year for this particular system. And when I consider the presence of the battery energy storage supply, and of course the opportunity to operate the system in an island mode, what happens that for the failure rate I have an increase, and I go now with 1.71 events per year. But for all of the different reliability indexes, what happens is actually the opposite. So the repair time now is much smaller compared to the system without the battery energy storage system. The annual availability is also much small, and the expected energy not supply as well. So in this case, we have around 280 kilowatt hour per year. So what we have seen is that the presence of the battery energy supply storage system actually increase the reliability results of the system. I have a much more reliable system, but how much of the battery capacity influences over the reliability? So we run a bunch of different scenarios, changing the battery power rating, and as you can see, as I increase the power rating of the battery unit, I see a decrease on the expected energy not supply. Of course, here I'm not considering the costs of running this type, a very large unit of battery energy storage system. So in conclusion, I want to show here some particularities that we have for the reliability assessment of microgrids, and to show a very elegant method to identify minimal cut sets that's crucial for the reliability assessment of microgrids. And this was applied to Austrian pilot site from the Merlin project. Okay. So these are some of the references that I've used. Thank you so much. This is my email.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Time for one or two questions, if we've got any. Keith?
To what extent can you, in reality, independently control the power rating and the energy storage capacity of the battery? And then, in terms of duration of outages,
how much does the battery help?
So, in a real world, of course, you are not capable of like adjust the power rating capacity of the battery. In this case here, actually I did this small piece of work because this will provide an input for another tool of the project related to the battery sizing work. So this will, the reliability work will provide this particular input for the optimization for the battery sizing. So, but it's a way to see how the battery energy storage system can affect the reliability.
Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Have you, Leonard Schaefer from German University, have you thought about looking at different types of batteries or energy storage, or even the connections, bridging it, maybe heat demand, and how that's a factor?
You mean in terms of how do they operate?
So basically just see battery and diversified. So just not see it as a normal bridge storage battery, but actually just as a dumping ground for energy or a retrieval process. To be specified, because I mean obviously there are a lot of emerging technologies out there.
Yeah, for sure. So we haven't had a look at that because for the focus of the project, what we are actually trying to do is to have some type of controllability of the battery as well. So in the future we hope to have a control system for the battery and a control system for the whole microgrid as well. So that's why I'm not focused on the different types of battery at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you need
Yeah.
to detach you? There we go. There we go. Brilliant. Thank you so much. So, if I'm not mistaken, that brings us to another refreshment break. So, feel free to go and grab another tea or coffee or drink. Last chance to have a chat before we come back for one more session, and then we'll have a drinks reception after that as well. So actually not your last chance, your penultimate chance to chat. See you again back here in 25 minutes. So starting again at 15:40. session. So we've got this session now, and then we've got a small drinks reception that we'll have just around the corner where you've always been. If I could encourage or invite my first speaker of this session. So I think we've got Yongling Zhao from Cardiff University, who's going to be talking to us about modelling framework for characterising the impacts of uncertainty on integrated energy systems. So this last session is a little bit more about kind of integrated energy systems. So we've had a nice electrical bias, shall we say, so far. This will kind of broaden that out into some of the other networks as well. Brilliant, you've sorted that out without me. That's brilliant.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yongling Zhao. I'm from Cardiff University. I'm a research associate. Today I'm going to talk about the modeling framework for characterizing the impact of uncertainty on the integrated energy system. Especially we focused on the integrated gas and electricity energy system. To reduce carbon emissions, the National Grid has proposed a range of energy scenarios to describe the possible pathways to a low carbon energy system. And these scenarios share some common features, such as the integrated energy system and high level of electrification. Also, the system will have high variability and uncertainty from both renewable generation and demand side. To deal with this variability and uncertainty, the system also provides different flexibility technologies by multiple sectors at multiple scales, such as the gas-fired generators at the transmission level, and the storage at distribution level, and demand response. So with these features, if we want to design an optimal energy system, we must understand how variability and uncertainty propagate across different scales and different sectors in this energy system. The variability and uncertainty can affect the system operation in two dimensions. Firstly, the variability is some kind of inherent temporal feature of the time series of energy supply and demand. It has impacts on the day-ahead schedules of the energy supply and storage. While the uncertainty is always associated with forecasting and the accuracy of forecasting. So it has impact on the real-time regulation of the day-ahead schedules according to the level of forecasting accuracy. If you want to study the variability and uncertainty at the same time, we can formulate the system operation into a two-stage stochastic program. This is our study framework. Firstly, we make assumptions of future energy mix according to the future scenarios proposed by National Grid. And then we used some variability models to generate a large number of daily profiles for wind, PV, and electric load for different spatial scales. Then we use the generated time series data. We did day-ahead point forecasting and used the uncertainty models to fit probability distribution models for forecasting errors, and then generating different forecasting scenarios. Then we input the forecasting scenarios into the two-stage stochastic optimization. Finally, we analyze the results from the optimization model. Firstly, it's about the variability models to generate the time series data. Here we take the wind power as an example. We build probability distribution models from the historical wind power data and use it for Monte Carlo sampling. And to retain the temporal correlation characteristics of original time series, we also build Markov state transition matrix to ensure it follows the original time series characteristics. So we can see also we add some component of the seasonal effect into the generated data. We can see the probability distribution models and Markov chain translation metrics for the generated data are very close to the original ones. Then based on the generated time series data, we did day-ahead deterministic point forecasting and generating forecasting errors. We also used different uncertainty models to fit probability distributions for forecasting errors. And then we used uncertainty models to generate forecasting scenarios. The the four uncertainty models we used are different from each other in two aspects. The first aspect is about whether they consider the temporal correlation of the forecasting errors for different time horizons. Another aspect that we consider is what kind of model assumption they use, including the empirical distribution and the normal distribution models. From the results for the generated scenarios, we can see the scenarios generated by multivariate models are more diverse and they conform to the original temporal characteristics of time series, while the scenario generated by the univariate models are more close and more random. From this comparison, we can find the scenario generated by multivariate models can represent higher uncertainty than the univariate models. Then we input the scenarios into the two-stage stochastic programming model to make day-ahead decisions. The two-stage stochastic programming has two parts. First stage about the cost, including the cost for energy supply and storage and reserve capacity. While the second stage cost is associated with different scenarios, so it is also with different probabilities. This is finally formulated as the expectation of the total cost. We used the simplified GBK energy system. In this system, we overlook the network constraints, and we use scenarios called community renewables in 2030. In these scenarios, the wind and PV can account for over 50% of the total generation, and the gas-fired generators becomes the main form of thermal generation. It mainly is used for provide flexibility. It also has an increased the electricity storage capacity and decreased the gas demand. We set three different cases using different flexibility options. The first one used only gas-fired generators and gas storage as flexibility, and the second one additionally using electricity storage. While the third one additionally use 10% of total electricity load that can be shifted. So this is average daily cost for different cases and different uncertain models. Each panel corresponds to our flexibility option, and each bar corresponds to an uncertain model. By comparing different flexibility options, we can find the electricity storage is the most effective option to reduce operation cost. And this cost reduction is mainly due to the reduction in reserve and renewable curtailment. Well, we can also see the impacts of 10% of load shifting has low impact at the system level. by comparing different uncertainty models, we can find the cost for the univariate models is usually lower than the multivariate models. This is because, as we have said, the scenario generated by the multivariate models always represent higher uncertainty, so it leads to higher cost than the univariate models. Well, this difference is more significant if the flexibility is not enough in the system, like the gas-only case, using only gas generators and gas-fired generators and gas storage. It is more flexible for the latter case, so the difference is not significant. Also, we can see the difference between by using empirical and non-distributed models is not significant. And this is more details about the reserve cost. Reserve cost has two parts: the reserve capacity cost and reserve activation cost in the second stage. The activation cost is positive when the upward activation is higher than downward activation. So by comparing different cases, we can see that for the first case, the system needs a higher upward reserve for multivariate models, and it needs a higher downward reserve for univariate models. And for latter two cases, we can see the system always needs a higher downward reserve. Again, we can't see any significant difference between different uncertainty models for the latter two cases. And this is the first stages state of charge for electricity storage in the case gas store. In this picture, we can see the first stage operation of the electricity storage for multivariate models is more conservative than the univariate models. Again, this is because the multivariate models represent higher uncertainty, so that makes the electricity storage must keep more regulation capacity for the second stage to compensate large deviation. In summary, the flexibility technologies are necessary to ensure a low carbon, economic, and secure future energy system. In our study case, the electricity storage is the most effective one to reduce the operation cost. And the 10% demand shifting has lower impact at the whole system level. In terms of the impact of uncertainty, the difference between different operation results caused by uncertainty models depends on the sufficiency of flexibility. If the system has enough flexibility, it becomes insensitive to uncertainty models. So that can avoid the risk of inaccurate modeling of uncertainties. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Leo first?
I'll go on Leo first.
What's do you know how sensitive it is to the price of electrical storage? Because if electrical storage is just time shifting generation, it's not necessarily obvious it would be a business case for that, and then the cost of the storage might be passed on to the system operator.
No, we didn't consider the price of electricity because we use the storage as free flexibility technologies as well as the demand shifting. So, yeah, because they don't produce any energy, and we also use gas storage here. So the operation for electricity storage, I think it's much cheaper than the operation for the gas storage. So we think it is free in this case.
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to ask the same question. What about the capital cost?
and you said you ignored that, which would be lovely to have free storage capacity. That would absolutely be brilliant, totally brilliant. But I suppose related to that, the cost of flexibility in terms of demand, now that you might be able to get some of that for free. For example, if there's already a hot water cylinder in a building, if there's already an electric vehicle that's plugged in and not going anywhere. So, whereas other studies have suggested that a bit of demand-side flexibility could be enormously valuable, I think that's kind of interesting. You're saying it's not, but that's because you've already got all this lovely free storage. So maybe you could, I don't know, what do you think about how you might reframe the problem to take account of the capital cost and perhaps the fact that demand-side flexibility, some of it anyway, might be for free?
Yeah, we didn't consider that issue. Because basically this is for the operation, for the impact analysis by using different uncertainty models. But that's our focus today. And so.
I mean, have you been able to evaluate, so if I understood it correctly, you're using different models to characterize the same uncertainty. But what about if forecasting was improved and the uncertainty was reduced? How much difference would that make to the operating cost? Have you been able to use your analysis framework to look at that?
Yeah, I think by improving the forecasting accuracy can always reduce the cost because the uncertainty is also reduced. But in this, in our study, we just compare. They have same forecasting technology, and we use the same forecasting results. But our difference is using different uncertainty models, not different forecasting models.
Okay. Yes. Last question.
Is there a reason why you didn't use ARMA style models rather than the Markov diagonal matrix?
You mean in the generating time series?
Well, yeah, when you're representing the relationship between that type of when you're representing the correlation between the uncertainty, did you consider using some kind of ARMA style model instead? I guess that one I won before. Just in general, that category of models.
You mean the multivariate models and univariate models?
Yeah. So you're assuming it's like a...
Here we just consider the correlation between the errors at different time horizons. We use some kind of copula model to sampling and using different marginal density probability to generate the final scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. I'm sure you can go into more details at the end of the session. So thank you very much. For our next talk, we have Eduardo Vega Fuentes. Who's forgotten something? Perfect. Yes. The ability to see was very useful. We will be talking about peer-to-peer energy trading and possible impacts that might have on grid infrastructure. So, likewise, I don't know if you want to try and put it on yourself or if you want me to address it. There we go. Sorry. Well, no. If you could help encourage it over your ears.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. And then if you want to slide that into a pocket.
Thank you.
Brilliant. That's yours. The floor is yours.
At some point, I will need to start some animation. So maybe...
I didn't hit F5. Yes. Yeah, you've got the mouse there. But yeah, if you need to start it, should work. Does it have sound or is it just?
No. Yes. Okay. And there's no pointer here.
No, but I have one if you desperately need it.
Okay. Thank you very much for attending this session. Firstly, I would like to introduce the topic of this presentation, which is peer-to-peer energy trading. Peer-to-peer energy trading relies on buying and selling electricity in the nearby between parties connected to the same grid without the intervention of any third party. Some of the profits of this sharing economy, which we already are seeing in other aspects in economy itself, is the profit obtained for both generators and customers, which at one point this will be the tariff. For instance, for the generator, the price that could obtain for the surplus power generated and injected to the grid, and what would be the cost for a customer for the electricity. If there is a method in between which these two parties could deal an agreement, it will be profitable for both of them. However, to get this done, there are lots of aspects involved. Not only from the society point of view, but also for the energy and transport industry. We have to say that peer-to-peer energy trading is highly dependent on the society engagement. If there is not that commitment in finding those deals and those agreements between peers, it won't be feasible. So that arises some questions. For instance, we're talking about that engagement from society. If we take a look to statistical data, we can see that from almost 60 suppliers of electricity in the UK, there are only, there are six suppliers which are coping almost 75% of the market share. At the same time, statistical data show that almost 60% of the customers didn't switch their energy supplier in the last year. What's the reason why people is not taking seriously that the regulation in the electric industry? Is because switching is a hassle? Is because it's hard to work out all the savings? It's a reliability thing. People might think that if they switch their supplier, things will go wrong, or again, it's just a thing of lack of engagement. From our point of view, probably there's a lack of transparency in all these processes, and more knowledge, a deeper knowledge of what's happening in the network would be required. So in this sketch, we present different distributed energy resources, some PV generators, some electric vehicle charging stations, storage battery banks, buildings with PV, with electric vehicles. This could be a snapshot of the tool we're working in which kind of power flow tracing will allow us to get knowledge of what's happening in the network. All what's happening from the point of view of the generators, where is the power the generator is producing and injecting to the network, who is making use of it, what are the generators that are feeding a given load, or from the DNO perspective, getting knowledge of what's happening in all the network, what are being the assets that are being more constrained, which are more stressed, and where they should take a look. this visualization would be 3 dimensions dependent, timely dependent, because the load, the generation will be changing along in time. The energy, people are more and more sensitive about the origin, the renewable character of the energy they want to buy, and regarding the space, the allocation of, for instance, well, this faces the problem with electric vehicles, both considered as demand, moving demand, or as generators when working as vehicle to read in vehicle to read mode. The power flow tracing allows us to have different perspectives from the DNO point of view, what's happening in the network, and brings us some interesting parameters which are measurable, like usage of the assets and defining or identifying the transactions. If we trace the power flow, we know how many transactions can be done from a given generator, who are you feeding, and what are the assets that you are using for that transaction. So in a given transaction, we've got some indexes, like the percentage use of the asset and the number of loads that are being fed. Well, to deal with all this approach, well, I think the other sessions and the other presentations have seen or have passed through all these things, all the process of modeling the electricity network, including the topology, the time resolution, the need for load profiles, the need for generation for profiles, the forecasting, geographical location. Maybe you have to integrate all this into geographical information systems, and the modeling of the assets and the thermal behavior. Smart grids technologies give us some tools to deal with the management of the networks and to defer investments and make a better use of it. But what we are proposing is get a deeper knowledge of what is really happening in the network. It's cross-disciplinary area in terms that there are processing, modeling, simulation processes, optimization of multi-objective, non-linear, complex problems. There's Internet of Things, blockchain, business models, economy models. So at the end, it's not only power system things, but there are a lot of layers involved in all this process. So, well, I'd like to present 2 of the projects our group at University of Glasgow are working in related with peer-to-peer energy trading. Those are Electricity SatNav and Street to Grid. The first one, Electricity SatNav, deals with peer-to-peer charging, in which the owners of domestic chargers for electric vehicle share their premises with public in general, with electric vehicle drivers, and within this platform gives the opportunity to obtain through a bidding process and with forecasting of the load's behavior and regarding the needs for the electric vehicle driver to find a charger in the proximity of their final destination, in their work or wherever they are going, direct them or try to divert the demand in a way that help the operation of the network. That's Electricity SatNav. The other one, Street to Grid, is based on the idea of blockchain platform to deal with the peer-to-peer energy trading. And the first steps that we are giving are about the power flow tracing from different points of view. The first thing we recognized was the difficulty to show or visualize at the same time the behavior of three-phase distribution networks. So we split visualization into three phases, into each of the three phases, and we recognize it three different points of view, depending on loss point of view, generator's point of view, or the DNO. This gives us knowledge of what's really happening in the network. And for instance, all these animations are prepared or are recorded over a geographical information system with simulation based on data recorded from smart data. So this is real network and real values, and that network, well, it's a rural network. This is the connection, the secondary substation, and there are two generators with different profiles here. And well, here the power is not big, so there's not a big difference between what's happening. But doing a zooming in different zones of this map, for instance, this one shows that at a certain moment the power, instead of coming from the grid, which is colored in blue, comes from green from the PV generator there, and a mix is produced there. And so at the end you can see what's happening in the network at the different times. By this side it's more interesting because it's a zone in which at different times it's powered by the first generator, by the second, or by the grid, and sometimes there's a mix between all of them depending on the demand at that moment and on the generation that is produced at that time. The tool not only presents the network over maps, but also over high resolution ortho pictures, which well, is what we present here. And this is the same zone here, and well, the thing is that this is a rural network, and there are not big consumptions, and the width of the power lines is not that big. But we like to point the usage that can be given to trace the power through the network, and identifying where could be risky assets, branches from all the network that are being used not only by the grid, but for this generator or for these other two. And at some time, in one of my first slides, I presented the agreement, the deal between the two peers. In that agreement, the usage of the network should be included somehow. If there is some profit or there is some trade involved, knowing exactly what branches of the network are being used have to be taken into account, and at the same time knowing the losses you are responsible for. So, what's the future? Probably energy, not only electric power energy, but also heating energy will have to be related with trading platforms, taking into account market architectures, network infrastructure, and most of all, the customer engagement, which is the basic for all these ideas to succeed. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thanks very much. We'll go first to there and then to Janusz. Yes.
Hi, thank you. Alison Stratford from Strathclyde University. I was just wondering if you could say a bit more about how much metering you need on the network to develop these tools that you've been talking about.
Well, all those are open source basic tools. The power flow simulations are solved with OpenDSS. It's managed with Python, a Python console into Quantum GIS, geographical information system. So directly from the Python console in the geographical information system, the power flow is solved. At every time, the resolution depends on data. What data do we have? For instance, for low demand, we have the 1 hour resolution, but if you can include into the system the forecasting about generation, but at this moment we are doing all with open source programs, and we are making it as layers because we still need the blockchain utility, the application, sorry, and how we connect all those things.
Janusz?
Yes, so my question is about this power tracing methodology, which I developed 25 years ago, so I'm asking about it. So as much as I like, of course, the fact that you are using it, my question is why exactly are you using it? Because that methodology makes sense. I mean, the problem is typically a transmission network when you have multiple paths between A and B. But distribution networks are radial, which means it's just a tree. So there is a unique path linking A to B. So why do you need this complicated methodology with solving matrices? Why you can trace the path of power flow uniquely?
At some point, you need to know the power, where is it coming from? As you state 20-something years ago, all nodes are supposed to be working as mixers, and after that mix, you have to make a proportional share of where is it coming from the generator or not. And there are nodes, and to those nodes, the power can come from different ways. For instance, in this slide here, at some point, the power comes from the generator, from the red generator, at other times from the green one, and sometimes from the three of them. You are mixing them. How much of that power comes from each of them? You need to trace that.
Okay, so you are not tracing the path because that's unique. You make proportionality assumption in order to distribute.
I'm saying for time tracing is the consumption there. You can say 5 kilowatts. Well, those 5 kilowatts, one comes from the generator 1, 3 from the generator 2, and the remaining from the grid.
Okay, thanks very much. Just conscious of time, I think we'll move on to the last presentation. So thank you very much. If you'd like to rest yourself. Yeah, okay. And I'll hand over to you, Matthew. I think you have everything you need. Brilliant.
Okay, thank you all for staying to the very end. Just to introduce myself, so I work on the project with Robin, the Supergen Energy Networks Hub. I work down in Newcastle. This is a piece that I've been working on since I started there in October with Sarah, who's here today, but also David, Sarah Walker, and Phil Taylor, who some of you might know. And I'll start with I've sort of put this subtitle of who cares about heating demand, because I feel like as electrical engineers, not so many of us know about heating demand perhaps. So why should we care about decarbonisation of heat? So at the moment, if you go and look at the past 5 years, we've had approximately this many terawatt hours of electrical demand, and this is from there's obviously different ways that you can calculate this, but this is what the number that I've got is 54 gigawatts of peak. Similar. In contrast, if you look at gas demand, which I'm using in this work as a proxy for heat, NDM, non-daily meter gas demand, is 440 terawatt hours per year with 143 gigawatt hour peak. And if you include all total all gas, so this is including your power stations, then you have as much of this. Of course, some of that will go into your electricity supply. So it's really this NDM gas demand that we're looking at. Some of you might have seen a similar graph to this before. In fact, I saw it out there. So plotted, we have date, year, month, coming back to September 2017. We have in blue, we have this electricity demand. On top of that, we have this non-daily meter gas G. And on the very top, we have this total gas demand. So one of the sort of the things that you can sort of take straight from this, firstly, the non-daily meter gas demand is much peakier than the electricity demand. So if you take that non-daily meter gas demand and you take it from the gas network and stick it directly onto the electrical network, then you're going to have something which is peaking more heavily in the winter. The other thing that you'll notice is that 2018-03, this is March, this is when the beast from the east came along, and you can see we have this enormous peak in the non-daily meter gas demand. This sort of, as I say, we have this 143 gigawatts. So we're much more sensitive to weather events in the gas network than we are in the electricity network. So the question that I will hopefully try to address to some extent is, how does the electrical heat impact on 5 years ahead? If we take the national grid future energy scenarios as our base case, what happens to our total peak demand? So in the literature, I'm happy to argue that there are perhaps two ways that people have addressed this question that try and understand what will happen. So the first I call this generative approach. So you take you go and you look at 1,000 heat pumps, and from that you determine what a characteristic heat pump might look like, and then you add your underlying electrical profiles. And this is sort of good. This is what National Grid, I would say, the future energy scenarios do today. So up to 2050, they say, okay, here's our representative profile. The other approach, which we sort of heard about in the last section, is this sort of system adequacy approach. So you specify your generation PDF, and then you use some historic demand. And this, I would say, is more appropriate for your sort of 3, 4, 5 years ahead what's going to happen to the peak. So the idea sort of this is to say, okay, well, can we take both of these, so use the sort of data-driven system adequacy approach using that gas demand data and combine it with sort of some sort of generative approach, so we don't know what the future heating system would look like in the UK, so we'll have some tweaking factors in there and use that to understand what could happen to system peaks and system adequacy more generally. So just as a quick brief recap, we sort of had this in that previous presentation. So the system margin, I call it Z rather than M, is generation less demand, and this is usually modelled probabilistically. So you take your PDF of Z and then calculate LOLE, loss of load expectation, which is, if you like, the likelihood of there being a shortfall, and then you have your expected energy unserved, which is a measure of the severity of that shortfall. And at the very beginning, we heard about system security. So you have to have an adequate system to have a secure system, because you need your generation to match to be at least greater than your demand. Secondly, as we've heard, the UK has a capacity market, and so there is sort of this. We need to be able to calculate these things to be able to pay people the right amount in the first instance. And finally, sort of the other reason that this is interesting is because renewables are sort of saying, okay, well, how do we get paid for the capacity, and how does demand-side response get paid for this capacity? So there's sort of this, I would say that there's some sort of interesting things going on in this space. So in this work, we consider total demand to be given by this sum here. So traditionally, I would say you have E and R, this electricity demand, and your reserve. The reserve is to account for largest loss of in-feed, which is about 1 gigawatt. And then we add on at the end this red heat demand. So I would say that this is not so common within the system adequacy. Well, in fact, I would be happy to say that this isn't usually considered within system adequacy. So the first model, or the base model, we just say that the heat demand is equal to 0. So that's sort of our base case. Secondly, we say the heat demand is proportional to the electricity demand. So we just take the historic electricity demand profile and we scale it with this linear coefficient. And the alternative model is to say, okay, we take the historic gas demand and we scale it by a similar coefficient, where the coefficient is given by, on the top we have this rate of increased heat demand in terawatt hours. So if you go to the future energy scenarios, we pick this number of 12.5, where the peak that you get in the future energy scenarios is about 19 if you take the gone green scenario. So we say that this is a reasonable assumption. And we compare that, and that's on the numerator. On the denominator, we have this electrical and gas energy scaling factors, but otherwise these two scaling factors are the same. On the denominator, we also account for what could be, what the future system could look like if we were to electrify this heat. So we have firstly a demand side response coefficient. So the previous gas data that we had is only taken on a daily basis. So we only know what the gas demand was on that day. How do you convert that from from a daily rate to an hourly rate? Because this is what systematic procedure is usually looking at. And so if this is greater than 1, then this is representing a system which manages to flatten the heat demand profile when the electricity system peaks. Whereas if it's less than 1, it means that your heat and your electricity are peaking at the same time. And then finally we have this coefficient of performance, which is just saying how good are the heat pumps that we put in the system. So taking all of that together, we come up with this formulation. So we lump the heating, the electricity demand into this model that we have here. So we have conventional generation, renewables, and all 4 of these variables are independent. So conventional generation, we just use this 2-state model. Renewables, we use some data from Imperial College, and then we take the coincident electricity and gas demand, add them together using the stuff in the previous slide, do a linear regression, and come up with this sort of simplified total demand model on the right-hand side. So the benefits, I would say, well, firstly, it's parsimonious. So we only have these 4 components, which we argue are reasonably well. You can model these as reasonably independent, perhaps at a first pass. Secondly, it's very efficient. These are all just 1D convolutions, so you can do this in well less than a second. And finally, I will say that this has some aesthetic beauty, perhaps, because we have this sort of causal temperature heating demand captured within the system. Because I suppose people talk about wind and electrical demand being linked, but heating and temperature demand are surely definitely linked. So I feel like it's very easy to sort of say that this is a model which has that causality built into it. So here we have on the left-hand side, we have the years going forward, so we're looking at 5 years ahead, as I say. 2018 is the base year because that's what FES uses as its base year from last year. And I would say that the numbers are relatively quite on the small side. So you've seen on the last slide we had LOLE as close to unity. So the sort of first point I would say in these graphs is that we're more interested in relative rather than absolute values, which is something that Roy Belinton goes on about. So if we look at M0, so this is our base case where we ignore the heating demand. So in this case, the LOLE stays relatively small, and the reason for the changing LOLE is that the generation mix is changing over time. So again, we use generation from the future energy scenarios. Secondly, we have M1. So this is our model where we scale linearly the electricity demand, and we have this increase in LOLE, which is sort of goes from very small to, what is this, 10 to the minus 2. So it's still well below unity, and I should add that the standard in the UK is 3. So 3 is much bigger than the numbers that we're getting for the moment. So as I say, this is because we have, there's some discrepancy between our numbers and the national grid numbers for the moment. But finally, M2 is this case where we have the heat demand profile, which is growing with the gas. And you can see that we have a much faster increase in the LOLE, which is interesting. Because this is saying that because of that spiked nature of the gas demand, it's saying that the electricity peak will grow at a much faster rate than if that energy was spread throughout the year. And we get a similar story in expected energy unserved as well. As I say, this is driven by an increase in peak demand. So on the x-axis we have power, and we have the purple curve first is the total generation in the year 2023. So this is sort of going from 60 up to 85 gigawatts. So this is if you took a random point in time in the winter of 2023, how much generation could you have? If we look at the 1 in 20 peak demand, then we increase from 53 gigawatts in our base case to 61 in this orange model 1 with electricity scaled, and then finally the peak demand is well over 70 gigawatts, which is this 15 gigawatt increase in peak demand in just 5 years. Also, you can't see it so clearly on this graph here, but the interquartile range, which represents the uncertainty in how wide this peak is going to be, increases by a long way as well. And the final point, we're plotting for 3 different cases, we're plotting the temperature sensitivity for those 3 models. So the blue case, again, is our model case. The error, these error bars are showing the standard error. And we have the base case, the electricity case, and the gas case. So for each of those, we take the electricity data, we take the gas data, and as I say, we just do a least squares linear regression to find these points. And in the medium case, if you like, the temperature sensitivity of our power system goes from 0.5 gigawatts per degree C to well over 1, whereas if we have a really crappy system, it trebles from 0.5 to 1.5, and then in this sort of moderate case, it's not quite so bad. So if you look at the temperatures in the winter, we have about 20 degrees C from largest to smallest demand sensitivity. So, question: does the electrification of heat impact on the 5-year system adequacy forecast? So the first point was that in our base case, we saw an increase in peak demand of 15 gigawatts. Again, of course, this depends on policy being in place to drive heat demand growing at the rate that the Fed says, but if that was the case, this is what we think the numbers would be. Secondly, the rate of increase is double what you would expect if you were to only use the historic electricity demand. As we've been saying, this is the difference between that M1 and M2. And finally, if you have a crappy system, as we saw in the last slide, the temperature sensitivity could treble in 5 years. Going forward, there's some extra challenges here which we haven't considered in this work. So time-coupled nature of smart technologies, so that's something Sarah's particularly interested in. And then obviously temperature and wind are correlated. And so for these, as we were hearing about extreme value, it's these sort of, if you have a very cold day and there's not very much wind, which you get these anticyclone conditions in the UK, then this is something that you need to be able to model probably in this sort of high renewable penetration scenario. So that's about it.
Thank you very much. Janusz, do you want to kick things off?
Yeah. Well, this is obviously a very important question which you are asking. So my question is, I would expect National Grid ESO must have done something similar, because that's 5 years is tomorrow almost by the planning standards. So they must have done something similar in their plans and the future energy scenarios and such like. So how does your analysis compare to what ESO has done, if they have done it?
So I wouldn't say that so as I say, the numbers we pull out are from the future energy scenarios, but I would also add that it takes a long time to ramp up to this rate of, I say there's this peak of 19 terawatt hours per year. That happens in 10 years' time. So it's not something which I would say that they say, tomorrow this is going to happen. So this is more sort of what if some sort of moderate point was reached, what would happen. But I would say that they do say that the peak will increase going forward, definitely. If you look at the future energy scenarios, then it sort of flatlines at the moment, and then when you get these heating technologies coming online, then it starts to, I don't know if this sounds similar to what you would say.
There are two other scenarios. First is the installation, improvement in the installation, and then decreasing the demand for heating. So that will hopefully decrease the requirement for heating. And the second one is the hydrogen. That's one of the scenarios. So just converting electricity to the hydrogen and plug it into the system.
So yeah, I mean, this is one option, as you're saying. So the alternative model which people put forward is, okay, we'll move to because if we're going to net zero, then we can't have gas that we're burning off the North Sea. So the alternative model, as you say, is to keep the gas network, put hydrogen in it instead, which I haven't done at all here. I would say that this coefficient of performance, that's sort of what this coefficient of performance is supposed to. This 1.9 is sort of saying, okay, well, that's sort of insulation plus heat pumps. That's sort of what we're trying to lump into that one there.
Just before Keith, could you just explain the relevance of the M1 scenario? I didn't quite understand the logic behind. I understand that it's a case of scaling your existing electrical load and mapping that as some additional heat load. But what's the physical reason that you might choose to do it that way? Because I can understand M0, I can understand M2 and where that comes from, but I couldn't really understand the logical argument for M1.
So this came from, I suppose, maybe Chris will say something different, but when I read system adequacy papers, often what I understand that they do is that they will take a demand profile and then they sort of tweak it until you get these LOLE numbers that are about the right point. And then you, from that point, do all of your capacity adequacy stuff around that. And I think that that's usually just a linear scaling. You sort of just scale your demand at some point until you get there. So that's sort of course, if you're going to have this electrification of heat, then this is obviously not particularly sensible to do.
Okay.
It's sort of supposed to be, I guess, a base case to compare to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Keith?
So I have a comment on the question. So the comment is, I don't agree with Roy Billington on very much. Data do matter. I mean, although I think we've seen today that you can have quite conceptual models that are not really trying all that hard, I suppose, to represent an actual system, but they can nevertheless reveal interesting things about phenomena. So that's fair enough. So I totally get that, and it's really useful, and that can help them to understand how real systems do behave. But if we're actually going to drive real investment, we need to take great care over the data and get that right. But the question was just a very simple one at the end on your last slide. What was
this one?
The very last thing about further chat. What's that mean? Time-coupled nature of smart technologies.
So this is just so in this model that we have here, we assume that you just draw a random sample from any point in the year, and at that point is sort of independent from any other point in time. If you have energy storage, then well, what is the energy storage going to do? So that's sort of one. If you have an interconnector, what's the interconnector going to do? If you have heat that knows that in future there's going to be a peak at this time, how do you model that? Because here, as I say, we've modelled it with just this scaling coefficient. And I mean, that I would say that's probably about as simple as you can get. But if you say, okay, well, everyone has thermal storage in their shed or in their garden, then I don't know if Sarah wants to add anything to that, but there's lots of sort of temporal couplings which sort of, I don't know if that answers the question.
No, yeah, it does. I think I agree with the temporal kind of the sequences of things I think are important. And the Beast from the East gives an example. So that lasted for, what was it, a week or 10 days? I can't remember now. So most types of energy storage start to run out. Right. Those kind of scales. Well, sorry, stores that you can discharge and charge. A store in the sense of a pile of coal or a tank of gas. It still lasts if you've got enough, just simply enough volume. But I agree that the kind of the time sequences matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Leo, your last question.
In your performance coefficients, did you separate heating for cooking from gas and heating? Because you won't be able to time shift the heat, even with heat pumps, the gas for cooking, which will go straight to.
Yeah, no, we just do it as this scaling factor. That's all it is. Yeah. So I mean, maybe that should be on my further work as well. Cooking, because I off the top of my head I can't tell you. You say it's a third as much as that.
Is it? Oh my bad.
Okay. Everyone's just microwaving their dinners these days. Okay. It's already on the electrical edge. Okay, thank you very much. So that concludes all of the technical stuff for today. But we do still have, hopefully, some further refreshments and drinks and a last opportunity for you guys to have that last conversation that you've not quite managed to have yet during the day. I'd like you all to join me in thanking all the speakers we've had today. I would also like to personally thank Jeffro, who's been invaluable in organising it here and making sure that things have run smoothly. So thanks to Jeffro as well. And a last plea from me, if you are from an institution that is keen to host this next year, I'm looking for a venue. So we like to move it around each year, but I'm after a venue south of the border. just to keep it moving around, so different places. But if you're keen, if you think you might be able to support it, and do just get in touch with me, just drop me an email. If not, I might be emailing some of you asking anyway.
I think we should give a thank you to Robin for organising all of this.
Thank you very much, Keith. Brilliant. So thank you all. Thanks for coming, and go and have a drink. So.
Put up